the IRAP Charter for safeguarding sites. So please, TheoPhilos and Arstenbreg, please.
Okay. So, right. So, the combination, you know.
Good morning. It is our pleasure to be in such a lovely company and to be presenting first like a warm-up and discussions. We are talking about discussions in North Europe about the protection of the authenticity of heritage values. And every word of that is heavily loaded. Just a symbolic picture of the border of European Union, Narva River with the two castles, Narva Castle and Ivangorod Castle, which were bombed in 44 March and were reconstructed in spite of the official politics at the time as a symbolic remembrance. So there should be like a very solid thinking about where we need copies and what kind of reconstructions are there. And in that case, I'm very happy to live in Estonia, where we have Narva Castle facing Ivangorod Castle. So about levels of definition and enforcement of heritage. When we talk about cultural heritage, we have to have the background when implementing something in the policies, and we are both representing the state and local governments. So in administrative level and legal level, so we have to take into account international, regional, and national levels and definition, and state level enforcement can be public and private. We are mostly protecting public law, but some regulations can be in the private sphere as well. And when we're talking about heritage, exactly the widening of the scope of heritage from tangible to cultural landscapes, to intangible, to cultural spaces. And now we are not talking only about cultural environment, but about environments in totality and on the global level. As we are talking about Europe, 25 countries in Europe have ratified Convention of the Value of Cultural Heritage for Society 2005, which is Faro Convention, and there is stated that parties undertake to utilize all heritage aspects of the cultural environment. So actually we have that holistic approach, and heritage as a reflection and expression of the constantly evolving values of the heritage communities. And these are exactly as it comes to heritage, the definition of heritage, binding as to the states that have ratified the convention. There are some states who haven't ratified, for example, England, UK, and Ireland and UK and so on, but Poland, Estonia, Norway have ratified that and implemented in their legislative policies. So that's why we are here. 64 Venice Charter, which will be discussed later and have been discussed previously. And one notion of living witnesses of the age-old tradition. We have here this cultural past, but whether it is implemented with cultural continuity, this cultural continuity aspect is exactly because of the Article 9 somewhere lost there, so that there is a gap between the past and the current interventions. For what Nara document gives the way out of the cultural continuity of the tradition and the role of and the exact specific definition of authenticity as defined depending on the nature of the cultural heritage, its cultural context, and its evolution through time. Authenticity judgment may be linked to the worth of a great variety of sources of information. And form and design, materials and substance, use and function, traditions and techniques, location and setting, and spirit and feeling, and other internal and external factors. And that it may differ not only from culture to culture when we are talking about different cultures that are relative, but within the same culture. So these aspects of taking, depending on the typology of the heritage, are already mentioned in NARA document, and moreover, in UNESCO operational guidelines, it is exactly explicitly stated in the point 82 that depending on the type of cultural heritage and its cultural context, properties may be understood to meet the conditions of authenticity if their cultural values are truthfully and credibly expressed through a variety of attributes, including and then the NARA document attributes. And NARA document is the compulsory annex of the UNESCO operational guidelines. All these things will be more thoroughly maybe later and earlier discussed, but we go to the concrete cases of Estonia, as well as, I don't know, maybe we can take that up there, because maybe people don't see the headlines of the Heritage Conservation Act of Estonia. This is shown. Okay, you can put there a lot of but anyway, this Heritage Conservation Act of Estonia. Before you understood that we were talking about the previous documents that are. And principles of heritage conservation are implemented in the Act of Estonia, as well as you see that cultural heritage has a public value. And keeping in use of cultural heritage is there because we have ratified FARA Convention as well. We, in the explanatory letter of Heritage Conservation Act, we define conservation via Venice Charter and all the necessary attributes. And there we actually quite explicitly rely on the procedures and processes of Venice Charter. When talking about conservation. When we talk about authenticity, this is wider term because we have in Heritage Conservation Act of Estonia both intangible heritage as well as cultural landscapes as well as tangible heritage, and that means this more holistic approach as it comes to the authenticity of heritage, which is yes, relies on the NARA document. But nevertheless, in the case of every single case when we are talking with architects about continuation of tradition, then we do have this paragraph 9 of Venice Charter, was it? That the new addition, and we must have that new addition in contrast to existing complex or so on. So this discussion relying on Venice Charter is quite active. But now, after implementation of FARA Convention, we suddenly have exactly this case where at the time new leader of Heritage Board said explicitly, and it is worth of actually quoting it, because here we see all the magnitude of the problem when we actually don't talk about conservation as in the vein of Venice Charter, but open it up to all possible interpretation. And I'm talking about Tartu Cathedral case in 2022. If you know, and that was in the end of August in the Estonian public newspaper, the discussion with the new Heritage Board leader. If we now go back to the silence of the ruins of Toome, this fall, and this is in the center of Tartu Park with Toome Church ruins, public park. We can remember the international goal of heritage protection here. This is to build a peaceful society with the help of cultural heritage that improves the quality of life. The heritage community is just as important there as the expert communities. In the Estonian 2035 development plan, the role of cultural heritage has been left to the development of tourism. Indeed, monuments also need money, and tourism means that someone will probably bring that money. If the emphasis is on the use of heritage, it also means making necessary changes for modern needs. Even several cultural institutions have said that it is heritage protection with its limitation that prevents them from living more energy efficiently. The owner's interest in the quality of life and the public interest in heritage protection often overlap. But unfortunately, there are also a series of pointless value conflicts that can be prevented by acting legally. Dialogue with the owner must continue even if the owner is a businessman. I very much welcome any function that is given to a defunct legacy. The best legacy is legacy in use. If the part of the ruins of Tartu Cathedral finds an awesome function, it will be very welcome. This could be a model for the use of church ruins, of which there are many in Estonia. But we use what is preserved so that the original remains undamaged. And this is Tartu church ruins, symbolic as to Tartu University City and symbol of Tartu. And that is a planned development here in the middle of the ruins. Suddenly, in the 1st of September, all newspapers were full of restaurants planned in the Tartu ruins and a glass box so that actually you could pass because there were 1 meter and 1 meter corridors. But all the rest was high-end restaurant plans. And ICOMOS Estonia reacted on that case very concrete. Now I quote the Estonian national broadcast. Earlier this month, it was announced the owners of top-rated Italian restaurant Noa wants to open a 100-seat restaurant in the ruins of Tartu Cathedral, which belongs to the University of Tartu. But heritage activist restaurant doesn't add value, but exploits and destroys the symbolic and cultural value of the ruins of the cathedral. So, and actually, we were exactly pointing out on the Convention of the Value for Cultural Heritage that actually we should promote respect for the integrity of the cultural heritage and ensure that all policies respect the integrity of the cultural heritage without compromising its inherent values. And now the Norway case, you have 8 minutes probably.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, concerning the cultural heritage of Norway, our law on cultural heritage. Thank you. In our act, the law, there's no mention of authenticity. There's no mention of no referring to Venice Charter or to the NARA document. You can find some of the ideology under there. It's focused on science, focus on heritage as resources, as part of environment. And I'll just run fast through this and take 2 small cases because as was mentioned yesterday, the NARA document was where the Norwegian Environment and ICOMOS and the Directorate of Heritage was instrumental together with Japan and so on to develop the NARA document. We can see that in like this case, it's a semi-nomadic reindeer herder house from the Sami culture or indigenous people. This is a project I've been working on. It's an old, just exemplify how we consider authenticity and about continuous tradition. The kota is a Finno-Ugrian word meaning also the guati or kota means building, home, and council. Central key factor in the Sami traditions. This is not only wooden, as was mentioned yesterday, Boguslav. This is also earthen architecture. This only consists of 3 materials, apart from stone in the ground. It's birch bark, and turf. Does the Venice Charter comply with this kind of buildings? Maybe another document have more to offer there. The attributes of another document speaks of, for example, the continuous tradition to put weight on the handcraft and the spirit and feeling of the place is very important in the Sami culture. That's why it's still building and restoring. This building in particular was we started out to restore the old building, but then it seemed that because this is not stone and this is they are heading towards eternity and during its relatively short lifetime. And what happened was that we took care of some of the old wooden materials for a scientific purpose, and we put them in the store because they could not be used anymore. But we have copied them, so but it's done in a way that's documented well and should be possible to follow. So it's just an example. We can talk more about it later, but we think that the NARA document, all these attributes, suits very well in these kind of cases. This is also the inspiration for new Sami architecture. Sami Parliament building to the right, you see the shape. Note that the nomads have oval or circle formed buildings, shaped buildings. We others don't have. Mentioned very shortly my own work in the Arctic Norway about aspects of authenticity. We have documented through use of dendrochronology in my region more than 150 vernacular buildings, and they go back to the end of 15th century, and we have documented up to 6 building phases in this building. So very small, neat buildings, most of them. And you can see some of them. This is how the log hewings are developing. How do you, and a little bit more here, this is typical building. And this has been it's built in 1528, repaired, documented in 1686, moved and repaired a little 1757, and then 1895 to its final destination so far. How do you consider authenticity in such buildings? It's about continuous evolution and traditions. And this buildings here also, which is a complex that the oldest is from 1589, has also been moved and changed. And the big yellow building, the residential building, is put together by 3 different buildings. How do you consider authenticity in the kind of building? It's about the continuous evolution. That's yeah. About.
Yeah, and then we just end that actually it is exactly all heritage bears this traditional heritage, vernacular heritage bears the sign of being antithesis to the consumer society ethos of single-use disposability, and it fights for the repair, use, and reuse of existing buildings, landscape, knowledge, and resources. An ethic of stewardship that can be scaled out as both as pattern and an example to champion and guide models of circular economy. We have some cases of these climate issues that are now, but we end here because of no time. Because as it becomes to the end, we are now all facing to make our European homes energy efficient. So that is a discussion that is at the moment in Europe. So thank you.
It's different but very interesting. And in all the questions maybe at the end because we have the presentation. So now this Felix and from Malta with a presentation, Venice Charter on the development of authenticity.
To check it.
Yes. Okay. So thank you for being here. I hope you find my presentation interesting, and I'll try and catch up a bit on the time. All right, so just do that for me. I'll make sure. Okay. So I'll be speaking about the Venice Charter and the development of authenticity. What I'll be speaking about is I'll go a bit through some history, because I believe everything that happens today is because of what happened in the past. We can't just start from 20th century. So I'll go back to 19th century, the influence of cultural landscapes and intangible heritage on authenticity, which obviously came through the Nara Charter, and then operation guidelines and World Heritage List, because that is where authenticity really is the crux of it. And then at the end, to conclude, I'll speak about when the material becomes a protagonist, because at the end of the day, this is what authenticity where it started from. I have more questions than answers, so I'll try to put an idea of how to answer the questions. So 19th century, we have Viollet-le-Duc, which I'm sure we all know. His aim was mainly stylistic restoration, and his restoration projects tried to get a building to a finished state, which in his mind was perfect. So with his interventions, he was more interested in the historical view, in the aesthetic value, if you like, though it wasn't mentioned as aesthetic value, but in the aesthetics, than the actual materiality of the monument. And when he was restoring Notre Dame, his interventions on Notre Dame, we find a number of interesting quotes, which are way back in the 19th century. So authenticity isn't such a new thought process, but it's the way we understand authenticity that has changed. Guillermi in 1861 said the authenticity of Notre Dame has been questioned because of the amount that had been removed. So even though Viollet-le-Duc was interested in the aesthetics, the materiality, the importance of the materiality was in other people's mind. In 1866, Brunel wrote, in this case, Monsieur Viollet-le-Duc can be accused of having restored the works of the cathedral literally to death. So for them, for some individuals, they said, listen, we've lost our monument now because he's replaced so much. And even if you're aware of the interventions by Viollet-le-Duc, they were so subtle sometimes, it was literally just to get the monument in a state of perfection. Dialectically opposite, in England, in the same period, we have John Ruskin, who, I admit, I am more a favorite of John Ruskin than Viollet-le-Duc. And he has all these philosophical thoughts where he says the work of the craftsman is not possible to imitate and is valid as an expression of the soul of the performer. When someone creates something, he's giving part of himself. So once that is lost, in reality, we cannot give it back to the monument. So that is something I accept. The impossibility to redo what has been and now is no more. On the other hand, so I don't want to start out saying that material isn't important, because once the stone has been carved 500 years ago and put in place, it becomes living as part of that monument. So obviously material has an importance in our monuments. It's not something we can just ignore. At the end of the 19th century, we have the resolution of the Third Congress of Engineers and Architects in Rome, 1883. I won't read it all, but basically what they are saying that any intervention has to stand up as an intervention, as a modern intervention. It has to be legible. So this also gives us the idea that the building, and many people have said this, Nigel Waters said this when he was over in Malta a few weeks ago, the building is like a book. And Cesare Brandi says, if you rip out 20 pages from the middle of the book, you lose the story. So we have to treat books, heritage, like books, and we're adding a chapter to it. So authenticity. In the 20th century, we have the Madrid document in 1904, and what interests me is in that document they are dividing monuments into dead monuments and living monuments. Dead monuments, what we can do is we preserve the material and that is it. In my mind, dead monuments are archaeological sites, like our temples in Malta. Living monuments are the monuments we want to use. So how much right are we going to give people if they want to reuse or use their monuments? they have to be ethically correct to the monument, but the issue of authenticity becomes a bit difficult. The Athens Charter of 1931 actually never mentions authenticity, even though we see a consciousness towards authenticity in the 19th century. In the Athens Charter, we never really mention authenticity. You also have to put it in context. It was a period when, after the 19th century, after the French Revolution, Industrial Revolution, we have the English and the French in particular trying to save their monuments. It's like a panic attack. We're losing our monuments. Let's try and save them. So Athens Charter is more trying to control damage to monuments. But in this period, we don't have science yet backing conservation. So one of the quotes, which I don't have there, is they actually promote the use of concrete in restoring monuments. So we see that conservation evolves with society, but also by the time we come to the Venice Charter, we have science getting involved in conservation, and this changes the way we intervene as well. So the Charter was already trying to avoid the rate of development after the Second World War. It happened in Malta. We have Valletta, where a number of monuments were demolished and literally down to the ground. And we have town planners coming in and saying, brilliant, let's widen the roads. So Venice Charter is trying to control the interventions that were being carried out after post-war. And the richness of authenticity came up, as we've heard before, so I won't linger on this. But as we know, it is our duty to hand them on in the full richness of their authenticity. So at this period in Venice Charter, we're still very conscious of the materiality of our heritage. And the only consideration we have is the material of the object. And then the one that really hits a negative note with me is all reconstruction work should, however, be ruled out a priori. So they're saying in 1964, no reconstructions, yet we see that because of the war, we needed reconstructions. Why? Because of the trauma the war left in society. And then who are you going to give priority to? Society has their monuments which are dilapidated, broken, a bad memory, traumatic. Obviously, society wants them rebuilt, like we have, let's say, in Venice, we have La Fenice, and it was burnt. Soon after, it got rebuilt. Windsor Castle, it was burnt. Soon after, they rebuilt it exactly as was. So this is the words I find a bit difficult to understand. By 1972, we go from an area where we're only considering materiality of the object to suddenly intangible heritage is coming into play. And we have cultural landscapes. And here is where we start saying, okay, so how are we going to deal with this? If we speak about intangible heritage, how do you protect intangible heritage solely from a material point of view? For example, we all have traditions in our countries. In Malta, we have the festa, the traditional church feast, or carnival, which happens as a tradition every year. But you'll find that what happens today wasn't the same as it happened 50 years ago, because society changed. And to keep carnival alive, or to keep the village festa alive, we had to change. So are they not authentic anymore? If we kept them as they were, probably they would have died. The tradition would have died, because society doesn't cope with that kind of tradition anymore. So this issue of authenticity, and I said I have a lot of questions. So in itself, if we want to preserve heritage, we need to allow for change. In fact, you find it quoted in many books that conservation is change. So authenticity was pushed to change. And then, which is my favorite, now a document of authenticity. Our colleague took my punchline from this slide yesterday when he said, in Japanese language, the word authenticity does not exist. So authenticity suddenly became, okay, so why are we using authenticity? And we spoke about in our document many times, but, and that is really interesting. Authenticity actually is a concept of truthfulness. And in the book by Salvador Munoz Vinas about ethics, it's in his first chapter, if I remember correctly, where he says, actually, when we're trying to conserve our monuments, we have to think about what are their authenticity, what is the truthfulness of the monument today. If something has happened to the monument, we cannot eradicate that history from it. We have to preserve it as part of the authenticity, the truthfulness of the monument. So if I go back to what I said, that a building is like a book, it's a story it's telling us. We have to be truthful to that story. And that, for me, is the closest I can get to understanding what authenticity is. Okay. And Article 9, I'm trying to keep to my time. In Article 9, the conservation of cultural heritage in all its forms and historical periods is rooted in the values attributed to heritage. I'll just stop on that for a moment. We attribute values to our monuments, but they will change. Once you intervene on a monument, those values are apt to change. You might lose some, you might enhance others. So it's very important that we prioritize those values. Now, those values are related, if they are the information sources about these values, may be understood as credible and truthful. They have to be truthful. All right. Sorry. So when we go to another document, we have the Article 13, where it speaks about form and design, materials and substance, use and function, and you can read them for yourself. But those are beautiful sources of information, but they're also very dangerous in the wrong hands. And this is where I start putting the question about authenticity. They're very important because this now is going to give us the right to preserve also intangible values and intangible heritage, which is very important because no tangible heritage does not include within itself intangible aspects, if you know what I mean, how a building was used. That is the intangible aspect. We can't just look at the plan and elevation and the material. We have to see how was this building functioning. That gives us even information about the past societies. So World Heritage List and outstanding universal values. Initially, the 4 character attributes that we gave were design, material, workmanship, and setting. Those are all related to material aspects. And okay. All right. Now, in 1977, these were the 4 attributes we were considered, and since only tangible aspects in 1977 were considered. When we come to 2019, these attributes have increased massively, and this is where we start getting more complicated. So as society develops, as heritage, what we consider as heritage develops, values have to develop and authenticity has to develop, because authenticity is linked to the values we give. Now I'll just flip through these. So in 1964, we have Venice Charter, which is saying no restorations a priori, no reconstructions a priori. Yet we have Abu Simbel between 1964 and 68, which was dismantled and reconstructed, if you like. But the authenticity in it was the way in which it was dismantled and reconstructed. And those are the criteria. These are all examples we've seen, so I won't stop because I'd rather go to my last slide. Warsaw, it's a beautiful example. All right, they say no reconstruction yet. Society needs the reconstruction, so they were given the reconstruction, Warsaw and Mostar Bridge, all examples we've discussed before. So now I'll come to my last 2 minutes. Material becomes the protagonist. This is related to a study I did last year, where I compared 2 chapels. One is St. Anthony of Padua, Manuel Island. Okay, this is the view of, can you see the mouse? The one in the top right-hand corner is the view of the chapel before the Second World War. This is an image during the World War when it was destroyed, and this is the reconstruction which was done 10 years ago. So it was reconstructed exactly as was, following documentation. Now the other example, which I find very exciting and very interesting, could be me. I don't know if you know about the Temple Cathedral in Pozzuoli. I see some eyebrows raising. And it is very controversial. So what happened in the 1970s, I don't remember dates, the cathedral was a Baroque cathedral. It was burnt, unfortunately. And after the fire, they realized that there were the columns that belonged to the initial temple that was on site within the walls. So there was a competition, and the competition that was won, I'm sorry, I could put in more slides, but I was worried about the time. And what they did in the main nave, they demolished the walls and then they reconstructed it in glass. And you can see the back wall is in glass, and they etched where the previous columns from the previous temple were. When I walked into this Pozzuoli, to be honest, I'm going to be very honest. I just have a minute. I was very excited because it's a beautiful design, because you're surrounded with these glass walls, which are indicating where the temple was. I said, it's beautiful. But then I spoke to the priest in charge. I thought, no, it's awful. He said, there isn't that feeling of being in a church when you're in it. There's too much light, it's too drafty because the joints between the columns and the glass weren't perfect. So we have, and this is why I say the material becomes the protagonist. So portfolio, you could argue, if you're clever, that it's authentic because it has the original form again. But the material doesn't allow you to get there to feel the same experience you have in a church. So the material is important. We can't forget. I believe we can't forget materiality because of all the points we have now about. Just give me a moment. All the new characteristics we have. All right, we can't just stop over there. We can't just stop at these points. We have to also consider the materiality, because the materiality can change the experience of the building. And just to end, two quotes from Salvador Munoz Vinas. In summary, the actually authentic condition of a building, or anything else for that matter, is the condition in which it exists, which is the truthfulness I was speaking about before. Anything else is nothing more or nothing less than a kind of fiction, a memory, a more or less educated guess, an expectation. In summary, a tautological argument. This does not mean that we should stop using the notion of authenticity, but rather that we should use it more carefully and with awareness of the actual meaning of the term as an expression of taste or preference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We have a lot of questions, but the debate might be
Okay.
a lot of questions. Because here I cannot, I must say this, but this theory speaks about struttura e aspetto. E questo quasi nessuno menziona. C'è un'altra questione credo che è molto importante, che la differenza architects and historians are quite different. And these questions about structure and aspect is very big, because everyone talks about aspect, but nearly anyone talks about structure. And structure is a very important thing in authenticity. And then another thing that I think is important for afterwards, maybe we have written about this for UNESCO in November, is integrity and authenticity are contradictory in many ways, because it's the problem of not being together historians and archaeology and architects. Those who work fundamentally in these buildings are architects, and we suffer these things. And it's very important to talk about this, because structure is very important in authenticity. But anybody, only to look how is this, not material. Construction systems are very important. Excuse me, after we talk about this. Now, please, Giacomo Martinis from Italy, authenticity vis-a-vis the issue of values on doctrinal text and the regulation of interpretation. Boguslav told me, our president told me, that we leave for afterwards the intervention of Gilly Carr. Yes, in the second part of the morning. Yes, Giacomo.
Yeah, I think we have this slide.
Martinez. Yeah, that's right. keep it short. So being reminded of time, I'll try to keep it short. I'm also looking into authenticity and value-based approaches to heritage conservation. And in the first part, I'm looking into the doctrinal texts that are concerned with these dynamics. Mostly, of course, Venice, the Burr Charter, and the narrow documents on authenticity. So to go directly at the recap, in Venice we have the physicality of the object, that is seen as embodying the cultural values. And in this view, preserving the object equates to preserving the values. Burr, as you know, firstly introduces a value-based approach to heritage conservation and argues that a sound understanding of the place should enable the values to be articulated in a statement of significance. And Nara, in the end, argues that higher? Okay, sorry. I'm softly spoken. So in the end, Nara argues that an understanding of values supporting the statement of significance depends on information sources. So if values shift, that is to say, if a different statement of significance is put forth, new information sources has to be considered for supporting this. So authenticity shifts. Yeah. And in this view is relativized. The extension of the different information sources was eventually adopted in the 2005 version of the operational guidelines, which integrated NARA as a basis for conducting the test of authenticity. This is done on the statement of significance that claim a certain value, or in fact certain values connected to elements of an identified cultural property. That is to say, there is not the value that is questioned in being authentic or not, but the statement supporting this claim, which remains a conceptual construction to be measured against the said information sources. As a single cultural property is composed or likely to be composed of different attributes, by conveying different values, each of these supports a single and overall statement of significance that draws together a set of sub-statements made for each of the relevant attributes and associated values. Therefore, considering that different claims about the capacity to express values are made, authenticity can be assessed against each of these statements referred to individual values. For the test of authenticity, which is done as a whole, problems emerge as some attributes might meet the conditions of authenticity, while others do not. And as a consequence, each statement can be assessed on its own merit based on the specificity of the related value and of the associated information sources. In addition, it can also be recalled that different values may emerge from the same attribute, and different values might also be interconnected between each other. So there are several problems when conducting an assessment of authenticity, namely what are the factors that impact the decision at where to place the overall threshold for authenticity, and are all the values considered having the same weight, or how do we quantify value in heritage in the first place? Moreover, how do we determine the interplay between values while also considering that some of them might be perceived differently or not in place at all, depending on who formulates the assessment. So the World Heritage context had some issues with these prescriptions, considering that highly relative and difficult to be channeled by fixed criteria. And in addition, it can also be argued that the significances are derived from the mutual exchanges between values, and this hints at the importance of defining values in the first place, and along these lines, understand the interplays. This motivated a set of initiatives led by the Japanese Agency for Cultural Affairs on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of NARA, that resulted on the one side in the imagery recommendations, and on the other one on the revised NARA plus 20 policy document that concluded that on the one side, further discussion is needed on the relationship between values and authenticity, and how this affects the prioritization of values, while on the other hand, that given that cultural heritage undergoes evolution, the processes for identifying values and determining authenticity should be also periodically reviewed. So in regard to time and the new categories of values that have emerged following NARA, of course, this considered intangible assets and their importance as regards preserving authenticity. And this was combined with an understanding of heritage as a process, with as well as with the subjective character involved in its definition,
and an appreciation as well of the transitory experience connected with it. While you see this topic highlighted in the definition of the 2003 convention formulated by UNESCO, it is also to be noted that the notion of authenticity was not used in drafting the text, and that the experts that gathered in Yamato on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of Nara to further discussion between the 1972 and the 2003 convention concluded that while intangible cultural heritage is constantly recreated, then the test of authenticity does not apply well, to these categories of heritage. Both documents for the Yamato recommendations and the 2003 convention concluded that intangible and tangible cultural heritage are interdependent in the case of specific categories of cultural property, and therefore the question seems to be if authenticity considerations are relevant only to tangible aspects of cultural heritage or also to the living intangible aspect connected to tangible cultural property. And if the answer is yes, how time-sensible assessment framework can be formulated in regards to authenticity. A practical, a category of site that draws together these dimensions is, of course, that of cultural landscapes you're familiar with. To explain the simultaneous presence of both change and continuity, which characterizes this category of cultural property, some Persian scholars in a 2015 article put forth different layers of authenticity. So by differentiating between true authenticity on the one side that is rooted in depth and not directly perceptible, and real authenticity on the other, which emerges from true authenticity through tangible and intangible forms and manifests in surface through static and dynamic aspects, the authors conclude that authenticity is associated with the full array of values that are present, that are being these both static and dynamic. And in this view, breaking down authenticity into static and dynamic characters enables a diversified understanding of values and conciliates change and continuity. So the framework is proposed to explain the relationships between dynamic and static aspects, and in this sense, the interplay between the different value categories is considered in light both of their specificities and of their evolution as impacted by experiential practices. In the author's words, the tangible and intangible expressions of true authenticity form the dynamic aspect of authenticity, which becomes an inseparable part of culture by experiencing institutionalization. That is to say that true authenticity motivates the formation of heritage-based social practices, which, by finding expression and recognition in the social realm, deposit on the underlying core of true authenticity. Sorry, of real authenticity. So in this view, if authenticity assessments distributed over a period of time and periodically carried out take place, this can also be understood as exercises supporting the identification of heritage-based enablers of social articulations that allow not to dismiss authenticity in its dynamic aspect. In addition to these heritage categories of values, as values undergo a continuous process of evolution and enrichment, evolving trends also suggest that on the whole, the contemporary field is characterized by two distinct complementary perspectives. One centered on heritage values indeed, and the other one on societal values. The position is that societal values that are more and more featuring in heritage discourse should find a more prominent place in heritage agendas. And the societal values, as you see on the slide, focus on the economics, political, social, and environmental uses of heritage. And in this sense, they build on previous trends, considering heritage as a process and on people-centered approaches to heritage preservation. In this framework, therefore, presenting evidence that would make a case for the preservation of heritage in the eyes of stakeholders from other sections of society, seeing as a responsible evolution of the field that would ultimately make a case for the preservation of heritage as a whole and enhance its relevance in the eyes of society. So two approaches are defined. One is essential, focus on heritage, and an instrumental one, which uses heritage to derive benefits from that. And the question in respect to this trend is therefore if we pursue the full integration of societal values into the heritage preservation practice, what is the impact that this has for authenticity considerations? So I try to look at an example rather than a case study to explain these considerations, which is World Heritage Property, which was inscribed in 2008 according to criteria 3, 4, and 5. It's the Fujian Tulu in southern China, Fujian province. And the Tulu are earthen houses that are very large communal structures built for defense purposes around a central open courtyard. They house up to 800 people that function as a village unit that spatially organizes its relationship with the surrounding environment according to Feng Shui principles. In the ICOMOS evaluation report, ICOMOS focus mostly on the preservation of traditional building techniques and landscape maintaining practices, both seen as manifesting the wealth derived from agricultural processes and deriving from this. So the World Heritage Committee found consensus on this, and in the SOUV that was eventually adopted, it stated that the authenticity of the Tulu is related to sustaining the Tulu themselves and the building traditions, as well as the structures and processes associated with the farm and forestal landscape setting. The choice of the Tulu to be it was the choice of the Tulu to fall under the World Heritage nomination was regarded as being the most representative, while on the other hand, this is another this is not part of the World Heritage Property. And in 2003, the DNA Design and Architecture Beijing-based architectural firm focused on the buildings that were unattended or unemployed, and they basically focus on, the approach of this adaptive reuse intervention was aiming to transform these structures and maximizing the state of decay, basically, to accompany the intervention with adaptive reuse proposals. So I think I'm falling quite short on time and directly going to the point I'm trying to make. So on the whole, there's two different statements of significance that are put forth. On the one side, it is the architectural typology that expresses heritage values, and on the other one is the system of communal living that is recognized as the significance of the place. So if we try to break down this into static and dynamic aspects of authenticity, the comparison is useful to exemplify what is the outcome of integration of societal values into heritage practice. So on the World Heritage Property case, the whole set of authenticity layers is in line with the preservation of the object, in that it illustrates unique historical and scientific values that succeeded in being preserved. And the real aspects of authenticity, which are susceptible, appear far less accommodating change. And on the contrary, they support a continuity path with little degree of transformation admitted. In the second case, as the intangible aspects connected with the practices implemented in the building appear of greater importance than the original layout of the building, the result is that of downplaying the physical attributes to give more value to the contribution to societal structures that rely on them, and that to some extent might be indifferent to the material authenticity as long as optimal uses are ensured. So recognizing societal values as crucial in heritage preservation destabilizes the interplays between the substatements related to the significance of the cultural property when claiming its overall significance, with a shift of emphasis towards patterns of performance measured over time. And the general dismissal of the relevance of authenticity as a relative and not quantifiable factor. So to go to the conclusions, institutionalization takes place unless scientific, historical, and aesthetic aspects are granted more relevance than other values, as these seem to be associated with the static dimension of authenticity. The challenge for heritage managers, and so also for doctrinal texts, is how to accommodate people-centered approaches within heritage places that enable new meaning to be introduced while also safeguarding constitutive heritage features. At the same time, with regards to authenticity, and if this is understood as both static and dynamic, well, it can clarify the specificities of the different values and so the relationship, as also defined by the users. And it's in this sense, it can be equated to an also useful to guarantee change and continuity. In this view, as questioning what authentic means forces a discussion that raises cultural awareness in an increasingly homogenized world. The notion also highlights cultural specificities and the role in promoting social cohesion, thus enabling the appreciation of heritage assets for the potential to act as social aggregators based on culture and not only for deriving benefits from this. To conclude, the notion of authenticity can be valued precisely on the account of its relativity, which can be regarded as double-edged. On the one side, it results in the ability to formulate ultimate judgment, while on the other one, it fosters continuous questioning. So it is the self-reflective character of authenticity which might support assessing if the more structural elements associated with the essential approach are being maintained, or if by being diluted into the processes of the instrumental approach, they're being downplayed or transformed to a point of being compromised in the pursuit of authenticity. I hope I was not too long, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And so here you can integration.
No. Later.
Afterwards.
Yes.
Would be lesson 5.
Yeah.
Have we 5 minutes for discussion? Only 5?
Only 5, yes.
Only 5 minutes for discussion. Yes, any questions, please?
One question.
Yes, God save the king. When you speak about Pozzuoli, Tempio Cattedrale, and another important example, you enter in contemporary question in conservation and restoration. But please don't forget the history of contemporary conservation, because in this period we live in critic and conservative moment in some places. Tempio Duomo di Pozzuoli isn't a restoration, is a conservative, critic and conservative moment. The author and the keeper, it's important to keep when I arrived for many years, probably Rosanna Genovese remember the famous question of this famous architect, no? You are free probably. Marco Desi Bardeschi is a father of poor conservation, but when go in Pozzuoli, you enter in criticism. You return in restauro critico. For this, probably is one of the best conservation work in Europe, but because you have many different authenticity, we have many different periods, and we have the new design, the famous concept of the reintegration of the image when you must work in some ruin. This is very important context. In some ruin, we must work in architectural conservation for return a good use, return church. In one part is church, in other part is ancient temple. We can go together in Pozzuoli probably. This is an idea for in the future when the ICOMOS go in front of the monument. But it's a good example for our community.
Yeah, but even my point with that presentation was that the use of the material can change the experience of the building. It's a very interesting example, definitely. So it's the experience that you have within the building is very different from one of the Baroque church. And when they reconstructed, they didn't reconstruct the walls of the Baroque church.
No, they construct.
So they walled up the temple aspect, not the external wall of the cathedral is still there, that part of it. So it wasn't about, I wasn't criticizing the conservation of a building tradition per se, but the experience you have within the building is very different than if you had a material that is opaque, that doesn't allow visibility. And part of it, you still have the altarpiece is still Baroque, so they have part which is Baroque and part. So I found it a very interesting example to explain the point that the material is very important when you do the interventions, because the experience of the place is related to the material. That's why the material becomes a protagonist.
I can perhaps smoke the lunch and dinner.
We can continue afterwards with that one because it's a very long. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Was taken away, so it was a little bit broken, the monumental character of the building. The point is that what Chipperfield architects propose is basically to undo these changes and get to more or less back to the original shape, which is of course completely correct in correspondence with restoration concepts, but which is highly problematic in its symbolic meaning. So it was hardly criticized in the press and by important people like the Charlotte Knoblauch, the president of the Central Council of Jews in Germany. She said, "I cannot accept the idea that buildings conceived according to Hitler's desires should be restored to fulfill his preferences." Or she said, "Of course, a building in and of itself does not present a threat, but the ideology manifested in and promoted by National Socialist architecture still bears responsibility for the Holocaust, for mass murder, and the war of extermination for the death of over 60 million people." So she was questioning, among other people, if this should be done as Chipperfield was proposing. So there was a big public discourse. So we have here some quotes of the newspapers. It's still in flux. It's unclear. So the commission is given. They are still planning, but it is delayed. So it's unclear what the client wants to do. And but the newspaper, they made even a brainstorming with students how the building should alter even more than it was altered before. So that is an example. Okay, so that is an example where kind of it's the intention is to keep in restoration guidelines, but this is becoming very problematic. Another case, which I'm not going into now, is the Olympic Stadium in Berlin, also from the Nazi time, where has been also discourse if there was that is already done, and there is discourse if this was properly done or if it was not too conformative to its original ideology. Okay, so now I give you another example, which from the point of restoration are seen as failures, as something which are against the rules, but which may be more comfortable for us as a result. So the first example is by Günter Domenik in the Nazi Party rally grounds in Nuremberg. So these grounds are for the assemblies of the NSDAP. And when after liberation from the US Army, they made a kind of iconoclastic intervention and bombed dynamited the swastika, and also later on, not only for kind of ideological reason, but also for pragmatic reason, as if the huge site, enormous site, parts of the structure have been demolished. But then also the whole area became under landmark protection, and there was a fight to kind of to not only memorize what has happened there, but also to make an educational kind of an exhibition to explain the history of the site. But this was in the beginning rejected, and then was in 1987 there was a commercial idea to convert part of the Kongresshalle, which was an unfinished building, in this big ensemble, to convert it to a kind of leisure and shopping cluster. And there was big opposition in the public, and it was also under debate if this is kind of in line of with protection laws. But in the consequences, basically the decision was made, okay, we need some kind of historic place, a museum, an exhibition information center to explain what is there. And the competition was announced, and in the beginning, actually, when they spoke with the restoration administration, they said, okay, it should be just temporary, it should be neutral. We have to look for a long-term plan for the site, and so there should not be judgments about what to be done. Okay, but then in the competition brief, there was no saying. I mean, there was a statement of the preservation people about which described the historic buildings, but they didn't say any rules what to do. And there was one representative from preservation in the jury. And interesting enough, they decided for this project by Günter Domenik, and also the second prize was also an intervention into the building. And you can see this is a cut through the structure, which is of course against any kind of preservation. But the idea of Günter Domenik was actually to kind of counter the aesthetic logic of the original monument. He said the architectural translation of power, there was only white angels and axes. I wanted to destroy this power. So it was really kind of iconoclastic idea. And one has to see that this is a kind of very small intervention in an enormous ensemble. Yeah, so that is so still the whole site hasn't changed much, but there is like a symbolic intervention. This is from the competition model. So you see that this the idea the cut was done here. This one's not done, and so you see that actually the physical intervention is minimized. So the damage to the monument is tend to be small. But the kind of symbolic intervention is to be like maximized. So it's quite efficient intervention into the structure. So you here see from the construction site photograph, you here see the entrance. So it was also the idea that the cut is symbolizing the entrance to this information thing, and it's also like a section through the building. Yeah, basically to cut through the building and to make it readable to the public. And the historic monument is basically almost on display. It's like it becomes like an exponent, yeah, an object perception. Okay, here are details. Okay, so this is one example which is against any preservation rules, but which is kind of pleasing the kind of the public or wider parts of the public. Not I'm saying probably not everybody. Another example is which is not, of course, that contaminated, is a military building in Dresden, which was converted into a military museum by Liebeskind. It was shown yesterday as well. So that is a building from late 19th century. And so there was also some change before it got listed. There was some trophies which have been removed in the 1945 after the war in the entrance to kind of a little bit break the monumental gesture. And actually it was only listed probably, so it's a little bit unclear even for the administration. So it was probably listed in 1992 after the fall of the war. And here it's interesting that again, in the jury, there was a representative of preservation department, and there was no. So I have not yet the competition brief, but then when the decision was made in 2001 for Liebeskind design, it's like you say in Germany, salami tactic, because what Liebeskind proposed was in the beginning only like with gypsum walls to contradict the existing structure just with the installation of gypsum walls. But there was little surprise that like 2 years later, he come up to kind of make a serious cut like Domenik. And but the state conservator who was in the jury, when he was based on the gypsum wall proposal, which was like, of course, minimal physical damage, but already kind of a very symbolic gesture, which that hasn't changed much. He said, which breaks the historic building. So also he speaks as a preservationist of breaking the historic building with architectural means without physically damaging it in any significant way, which does not do this in the central axis and thus remains true to its original message. So that is his argument around the issue. So, and as I say, like 2 years later, it turned out there is quite a substantial physical damage. You can see that kind of all this part has been removed in order to do the intervention. The restoration people then later said that, I mean, there was some discussion in the preservation department, and there have been some who said, no, we should really stop this project. And then on the other hand, as you know, I mean, of course, any preservation department has a political director in the end, the minister. So they are not independent. And so they accepted it, saying, besides, on the one hand, from the advanced state of planning, the unmistakable will of the client, who was the state, of course, to build Liebeskind, and not least from the realization that the interior of the arsenal was and is actually pure storage building without spectacular design details. So they made a kind of question a little bit of the importance of the monument and said, okay, that is not too much to break it. So that is the way it looks like. So I have to speed up. Then there's another example, which is the Bismarck monument in Hamburg. The Chancellor Bismarck from the 19th century, which is very connected to kind of military actions, to colonialism especially. And so again, this structure has a history. In the NS time, it became the bunker in the Sockel, and it was listed in the 1960s. And there was a claim that Bismarck was all great, which is not actually true. So they started to renovate it. And then there was a new cleaning and a renovation initiated a few years ago, and then there was enormous protest in the context of the new movement of Black Lives Matters. And so there was really a conflict about if this should be done. Should we invest 15 million euros in order to restore a building of a symbol which is highly questionable for our values today? And so that is this. And then there was a design competition. And in the end, it came to a dead end because the brief was contradictory in the sense, of course, to make a real change to the structure, but on the other hand, not to touch it. And so in the end, the jury said it's impossible if it's in these rules to come to any kind of a reasonable point. I'm not telling now about the competitions. So basically, it was pointless. In another case of a colonial monument, an artist proposed to remove the protection. So that was her main proposal, to remove the protection of the object in order to be able to make changes. And just the last example, because I'm running already over time, is a kind of Jusso. I mean, we have a lot of Jussos in Germany, mostly of them of the medieval times, but here in Karbe, it was added late 19th century, this kind of modern anti-Semitism. And so all these elements has been a few years ago kind of uninstalled to be restored and to be put back in place. But then the people discussed, no, we don't want to put this back. Then the restoration people said, no, you have to. That is the permission. You have to put it back. And then they declared, what can we do? Then the solution was to put it back in place, but to have a temporary coverage that the administration allowed. The temporary coverage is now to be stopped this year. I don't know what happens after, but this was a way to look like this. Yeah. So open question. And there's another example of somebody who is kind of suing that it has, as it's insulting that pieces like this has to be taken down, but the court said no, it's protection now, it has to stay. I just want to end with the point that I think there is a conceptual issue in kind of the philosophy of protection, of preservation, because if you look into the Charter of Athens, so that is in the preamble of the Charter of Venice. And so it has a lot of implications. And I think there is, on the one hand, there is the assumption that preservation is something almost like a scientific culture, like a geological, like sediments from the past, and we just save that. That is a utopian vision. On the other hand, if you read the preamble, it's very clear. It says the past is continued to the present and the future. So it's not finished, not at all. And it also says that there are values, human values we want to preserve. The issue of this is now then you have, I mean, is this now kind of finished history or not? Obviously it's not, it's continuous. But then if you say it's also about values, then you have an issue if there are values from the past which you not want to confirm. Yeah, so you have a conflict in that. And so the assumption, there's kind of a double bind in the assumption, and on the other hand, one has also to say there are traditions we really want to stop. And so not every tradition is great. Not every tradition we want to affirm. So there is an issue that, of course, any act of preservation or reservation tends to be an affirmation of the original object. But that is an issue, and therefore I'm asking, we have to discuss the idea of symbolic change to objects which are very problematic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting perspective on monuments or objects of peaceful preservation that have symbolic meanings and has a very intimate, intangible content we will be able to discuss further on. For the time being, we will be calling Paolo to the floor with a background from Turkey and Italy. Thank you very much.
That we yes, good morning. So today, first of all, let me clarify, I'm not an architect. I come from art history. And I have lived and worked and taught for 25 years in Istanbul, where the notion of heritage might be rather different, especially in recent times, and considering the multicultural past that this country has. Every country has a multicultural past, so maybe in Istanbul in particular and in other Eastern Mediterranean sites, this is more relevant than elsewhere. The Venice Charter was also a response, this has been pointed out in many ways, to issues emerging from the post-World War II reconstruction. The emphasis on authenticity and universally accepted standards was beneficial for the physical preservation of monuments, but did not encourage a debate on diverse, marginal visions of heritage, of monuments, museum, and their interconnection. Urban environments like Istanbul, the Ottoman towns, this was also mentioned yesterday as an example of problematic definition that can never be universal. Mainly constituted of wooden houses for which the notion of authenticity and monumentality dominant in Central and Western Europe cannot be followed ad litteram. Even so, there are Western architects who internalized this tradition of wooden architecture. This is Raimondo da Ronco, a famous masterpiece on the Bosphorus in very bad condition, unfortunately. Because we are in Florence, I'd like to remind this intervention, consolidation, temporary, was made by Gennaro Tampone many, many years ago. It was temporary, but it's there, it's still there after 15 years, roughly. So it's a big problem. And I hope the municipality now is interested, the municipality of Istanbul, in acquiring and restoring with Italian control. This kind of wooden architecture has left, has largely disappeared. No, these are all elements of that landscape that do no longer exist. In addition to this difference in the kind, the physical type and physical and architectural type of heritage, there is another question considering the non-Western or non-European. The Venice Charter gave limited emphasis to the role of communities and society in redefining and updating the concept of heritage, museum, and historic monument. There is this phrase in particular that I want to consider. The principles guiding the preservation and restoration of no, okay. of ancient buildings should be agreed upon and laid down on an international basis, with each country being responsible for applying the plan within the framework of its own culture and tradition. Now, here, the limitation, the problem is we are talking of nation states and the heritage of nation states that had reached a homogeneous layout only after the world wars of the 20th century. Each country has its own culture and tradition. The underlying assumption is the existence of a homogeneous, cohesive, however rich and diverse asset of national cultural heritage. But dispossession, colonization and decolonization, appropriation, recontextualization, the loss of communal concern and attachment because communities migrate elsewhere. All this is very crucial in a place like Turkey. Ideological selectivity, neglect, or even destruction are problems we constantly face in the wake of wars, mass migration, and political disruption. And here, I think the most useful doctrinal document to address this issue is probably the UNESCO recommendation on historic human landscape, because this includes, for instance, migration is at the core of this recommendation. It includes, well, information and communication technology, research, capacity building. Not stakeholders are communities, decision makers, professional managers. The regional contexts are directly addressed. Cultural significance, this comes from the Burra Charter, but it's also something that goes beyond the physical dimension of heritage. So aesthetic, historic, scientific, social, spiritual values, etc., etc. And the association between a building and other records, meaning related places, related objects. So this is a way of pluralizing and problematizing the notion of heritage. Now, a pluralist approach notes from this. Now, the debate, I believe, the debate on the connection between heritage and intercultural dialogue may be or should be grounded also on those cultural assets that were produced by diverse communities no longer living around the landmarks and the sites that they created. Reading and uncovering the complex layers of meaning implicit in the set of memories, presences, and absences is today a crucial commitment. These Eastern Mediterranean environments like Istanbul, Alexandria in Egypt, and other sites in Greece, Salonika, these are inherently plural from the point of view of the human landscapes that were inherently plural. Salonika was the largest Jewish city with more than half Jewish population in the 19th century. Istanbul was the largest, from the point of view of population, the largest Islamic city in the world, the largest Armenian city in the world, the largest Greek city in the world from the point of number of inhabitants. So all this is, of course, lost. Where are these actors who produced? But the traces they left are still there. And I don't think a nostalgic vision of a golden age of cosmopolitanism can help in this. There is also this idealized nostalgic idea. One should look at history in a rather close way. These are examples of how space in Istanbul, Constantinople in the late medieval period, and Istanbul in the 16th century, these are two famous miniatures, the imperial city and the district beyond the Golden Horn, which is more European, in quotes, Genoese, Latin, Catholic. There are domes on the religious landmarks here. There are domes also on the religious landmarks below in the imperial side. And there are pitched roofs on the churches, on the Latin churches above. So it's a distinction that encoded, inscribed in space, and the Latin Catholic Levantine heritage in this Mediterranean can be assessed in many ways. Let's look at these two landmarks. One religious, the Church of Sant'Antonio, Saint Antoine, in the core of today's Beiogo, Pera, and the tower, the Genoese Tower of Galata. These are iconic, symbolic landmarks of this heritage, of this complex heritage. They are so iconic that they were reproduced in scale in this park called Miniature, as important. You saw there is Hagia Sophia in the background. There is the church of the neo-Gothic church by a pupil of Camillo Boito, by the way, Giulio Mongeri, and the Tower of Galata. So these are considered very important assets for Turkish cultural identity. The Tower of Galata represents the civic side of Genoese and Latin presence, medieval origins, but also Ottoman tolerance, inclusiveness. Today, it's managed by a private company, and the municipality of Istanbul is struggling to get control of it. The Franciscan Church, on the other hand, is the most popular Christian building in use, even more popular than the Greek Orthodox Patriarchal Church of St. George. There are several reasons behind this, but historically, Genoese presence in this part of the city was not monolithic, exclusive. There were many other communities living together. The Genoese were reusing Byzantine church, or they were building like a Dominican church with Byzantine artists working in a completely different style that is not late, but the layout is very Italian, like and there were Dominicans and Franciscans, like in any Italian, like here, I mean, Santa Maria Novella, Santa Croce, very similar in layout, but very different in the artistic language. So after the Ottoman conquest, this complexity, having Armenians, Greeks, Jews living with the Genoese in the same place, it becomes even more complex. There are the Muslims, there are Christians, Jewish newcomers, and the number of Genoese, of course, decreases. The most iconic landmark is also very complex and multi-layered. I mean, this tower, it was very small. It was half the size of today in the Genoese period. And then becomes higher in the Ottoman time. But look at the various. Now, the most iconic, the most distinctive part was added by the Ottoman Sultan Mahmud the second after the fire of 1830. So it's very Ottoman, actually, in the end, these arches. But today it is just understood as an icon of the everybody look at the Tower of Gallery, think of the Genoese presence as now, and these are remains of the Genoese walls that were demolished in 1863, the layout of Galata. Okay, I don't want to. Now, the other landmarks is even more complex because the Franciscans were also there since the 13th century. In the end, they get this monumental neo-Gothic church, which is a matter of very hard. They had to demolish 50 properties to build this in the most prestigious point of Pera. Beginning of the 20th century, neo-Gothic, all the layers of hybridity that are forgotten with this monument. But the Franciscans were here in the more distant past, in the 19th century, early 19th, and this is the main street of Pera. There are many Armenians. See, this is the garb of the Armenians. Earlier in time, the convent had been in Galata, lower in and had this shape, which is very Italian. A document found in the Propaganda Fide archives shows us that this tiny little church was used mostly not by Italian, but by Armenians, became Catholic. Now, being used by Armenians makes this church more Ottoman, more local. The Armenians spoke Turkish, by the way. They dressed in a local type of, their material culture was quite Ottoman. So today there is nothing of all this legacy, of all this complexity. But there are other sides, 200 meters from Sant'Antonio, there is Santa Maria in Venice, and there all these signs of Ottoman complexity are preserved. And there is digital, there are digital too. One can, one project that we have recently, recreate the interior of this church that no longer exists with all the different communities, because there is a list. So the Franks, the French ambassador, the notables and the common people, the Armenian men and the Armenian women. One could reconstruct this space with the tools of, yeah, I will. So in the end, the most crucial question is reconnecting past actors and present stakeholders, because the communities are no longer there. So what do we do? One answer to this question could be Museo Diffuso. I don't know in English, diffuse museum, eco-museum. I'm not sure what is the expression. Now, the present bishop is willing to create a diocesan museum in the galleries of this Catholic cathedral, which is very little known. It's not Sant'Antonio, it's marginal. He wants the women gallery, the Matronei. He wants to turn this into a diocese. This could be the starting point for a diffuse museum that brings back the memory of all this community and all its connection with, you know, in contrast with the traditional museum where you have a building, a collection, and the visitor, in the diffuse museum you have urban environment, heritage at large, community, and the community is plural, diverse, past and present. The heritage is hybrid, multicultural. This is the past community that created, especially these emphasized groups, Ottoman non-Muslim. These are the ones who are no longer, some of them are still there, actually, not all these, but in the present community, now the present community, local Catholics, local clergy, international community, Turkish citizens increasingly interested in this heritage for several, because it's a European asset, because of several reasons. And memory roots tourism, cultural routes connecting the Levante. We have seen yesterday in the presentation by Professor Genovese that these are tools that can be used in order to reconnect the past community with the present stakeholder, and I think it's a very crucial commitment to make this heritage comprehensible and understand, to communicate the value of this heritage and to make it alive again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We started with the paper explore heritage from the point of view of specific events, the symbolism created by specific events and ideologies, and now we have conglomeration of various communities. Thank you very much. We will now pass to the last paper of this session. Mayor and Daniel from Norway and Afghanistan, respectively. We are very happy to have you here, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. It's such a pleasure being here. And I would like to take this opportunity and congratulate women for Women's Day, as it's 8th of March. Yeah. And today I would like to present my paper that I have been working since last few months. And in this paper, I consider what are the changes in
historiador del arte, el catedrático de historia del arte, que iba a ser elegido por parte en el sitio donde Felipe Garín, que precisamente tenía la misma cátedra que la de Felipe Garín, que murió. Pues
yeah. What I'm looking at, the overall changes that I could conclude here, you can see on this main screen. We start conservation as to protect objects, and then we have communities involved. And the conservation got much broader and broader, and multi different stakeholders and criteria involved into conservation. And recently we are dealing with much bigger problem, which is climate change. And from my understanding, now it's not who is making the decision, what are the decisions. However, the climate change is eating up our heritage and our lives, and we have much more responsibility to contribute to mitigate these negative impacts and to protect our climates and eventually protect our heritage. So I would like to present today a brief history of how we started this heritage theory or conservation theory. Then I would talk about how modern conservation theory initiated. I would pick Venice Charter as a pivotal point within these changes. I would start what has contributed to Venice Charter and what Venice Charter tells us and what are the changes afterward. And then this evolution after the Venice Charter, I specifically focus on the institutional levels that changes has been appeared within, particularly ICOMOS, UNESCO, and ICROM. And at the end, I would like to ask if really Venice Charter can suffice our problem to answer as a holistic approach. Looking at the history of conservation, protection of heritage building has been implemented through the history. It's not a new phenomenon. For example, in 16th century in Venice, in France, Visigoths has transformed an amphitheater to a fortress and housed 2,000 people. Back then, they did not focus on the preservationist purpose that we have in mind today. However, it was based on financial and functional purposes. Then it was during 18th century and the Enlightenment rationalism era that we started to classify buildings based on romanticism, nationalism, and science as the proper way of portraying and investigating things. And then we see was another a big change within 19th century when we defined historic buildings as a relics of past times in this perception, particularly the English art and craft movement with the establishment of Society for Protection of Ancient Buildings further developed this notion, and it was a reverence for authentic form and material of original objects. And this considered the birth of our modern perception of conservation theory. Okay, I would say who really contributed to our modern understanding. Here we have Emmanuel Viollet-le-Duc. He was an architect, interestingly, among the many art historians. And as has been discussed with our colleagues again today and yesterday, he is very provocative within his approach. He doesn't believe in originality, nulliness, or any specific way of things. He considers himself as an architect and qualified to do new things within heritage buildings the way he find it appropriate. He didn't believe on a specific way of authenticity. However, for him, it was a rational of our imagination, and he qualified himself to do whatever he was pleased to do. However, his perception was based on what is it, the word? Based on I forgot the name. Organism metaphor, where he believed that any intervention should serve a specific purpose. And then we have on the other side his of the Ruskin, who opposed his idea, and he really believed on the authentic way of protection, and he believed on maintenance rather than restoration. He said restoration was a lie. It is like reviving a dead person. It is impossible to do that. I would like to rush up. And then we have William Morris. William Morris was his follower and basically followed his ideas. And his manifesto in 1877, he accentuated the importance of authenticity of historic buildings and valued the existence of patina in the building. As he believed we are guardians of the buildings, we should not feel free to do with things as we are pleased now. His preferred approach of conservation was first maintenance, then repair, and then preservation. And this work should not do more than necessary, should not change the original function of the building, and new work should be in contemporary style and reversible, which has this sort of mindset has influenced and appeared in Venice Charter a lot. We have a different theorist here, Rigel, as he believed, and he is very famous with his value theory. In his essay, Modern Cult of Monuments, he discussed and distinguished between 3 different values: age value, historic value, and use value. Maintaining a monument possesses many layers of values. Sometimes these values oppose each other. For example, age value tend to be against the protection of historic buildings, but historic value is a process of faithful restoration. He believed everything is influenced by the passage of time. These traits are irreversible and part of heritage. So his description of authenticity demonstrates that it is not the original form of the building. However, it is the history of the building, that the building has gone through the many different types and intervention during a period of time. And next we have the Autumn Charter. It has influenced a lot. To save some time, I would like to talk about this. And then the last person here is Cesar Brandy. Cesar Brandy is in his Theory of Conservation in 1963. He published 1 year earlier than Venice Charter, and in this publication has influenced Venice Charter a lot. He believed on a rationale that creation is a dual work of soft visualization, artistic work, and hard work of assembling, the technical process. And conservation should understand the object in its broader sense and its dual perception. He believed architectural protection as any kind of intervention that permits a product of human activity to recover its function, where this intervention should be minimal, recognizable, do not prevent future interventions, and aesthetic integrity is as an important factor as history. So as summarizing here, we have only an architect which is criticized for his approach. Then we have 3 art historians, which has influenced a lot the concept of conservation, our understanding, and as well the Venice Charter. And actually we have 3 types of authenticity here. We have the authenticity of original material and fabric, authenticity of history, and authenticity of aesthetic aspect of the monuments. So these are the concepts that later appeared in Venice Charter. Why we have Venice Charter? In 1916s, there has been a stylistic restoration problem that was going on at the time, and the immense loss of cultural heritage due to the World War I and World War II. These 2 were the main factors that initiated the Venice Charter. And there are philosophies that has influenced, as I discussed here. I summarized their influences in this diagram, as we start with Viollet-le-Duc and Ruskin as the main influencer, and then we follow the rest until we have in 1964 the Venice Charter. What is the notion? What Venice Charters try to do? Venice Charter distinguish particularity of historic monuments as a unique creation of a specific person, an individual. It means that you need to respect the person's idea and the form he produced. So Venice Charter has been defined by some scholars as the benchmark for principles, theoretical framework, foundation of ICOMOS, international best practice. Venice Charter, what is the taxonomy and what is the significance it tells us? It is historic monuments that imbued a message from past, valorized as the living witness of people age-old tradition, must be safeguarded in the full richness of their authenticity. Just a reminder, we usually heard from the few today and specifically yesterday, that Venice Charter is focusing only on a specific typology, historic monument. However, the charter itself in its first article defined historic monuments as to include urban and rural settings and modest work of conservation. It's not only historic or particular type of buildings. It encompasses any type of buildings within this definition. What is the rationalization between in Venice Charter? Venice Charter defines unity of human values. Is our values are unite over the world? It's a question. Our common heritage. Do we have a common heritage? And then a common responsibility to protect this heritage. Can we approach the same way everywhere? And then a universal tool to protect this way as it represents itself. What we can learn from the Venice Charter? It specifically talk about historic, aesthetic, and scientific values. Heritage are irreversible and immutable, vulnerable to decay, deterioration, and disfigurements. Tangible characteristics holds the value. Authenticity of monuments. Conservation has to protect the authenticity of monuments, and the experts are the ones who can distinguish these values and protect these values. It is the job and responsibility of the government and should not change the design inside and outside, and substance and function of the building should be protected. However, after the Venice Charter, during the last decades, we can see that there has been a lot of changes. These changes has been influenced by external forces, and this influence is still then in institutional understanding, and then they involve these changes within their text and doctrinal text that we are basing our works based on that. First of the change that I could point out is this spatial expansions. Nowadays, everywhere we are looking at is considered a heritage, and we are trying to protect that. The more expanded dimensions we have, the better it is. However, the more complex it is, because we integrate many different ideas, many different people. Then we have change of appropriation. Vulnerability of heritage is change beyond the decay to include migration, climate change, socioeconomic changes. Protection of heritage is not anymore arresting the decay, but changing the protection and use of heritage, managing the protection and use of heritage with including all stakeholders and climate change as the main influencer nowadays. Within my study, it is about 28 pages of paper. I find it 4 documents which is very influencing. One is the Barrow Charter, the Noro document, people-based approach of conservation as a living heritage from ICOMOS, and the future of our past engaging cultural heritage in climate action. I would like to point in the last one, there at the bottom line, it suggests that in heritage conservation, we should include circular economy, life cycle analysis, resource management. And yesterday we were asked to suggest what we need to include in our interpretation within this board. I would like to take this opportunity and ask how we can include these different ideas. These ideas are very structured, very quantitative. How we can use such idea with a debate that we are dealing with values, with ideas, with emotions, which is very qualitative. There is enough room and enough gap to involve such ideas and further talk about this. Here is a result of all changes that I find within ICOMOS, UNESCO, and ICRO. I would like to go through some of them a bit. The concept of heritage changed a lot. It starts from historic monument until we now have, it is, what is the evaluation? I pick Venice Charter and World Heritage Convention as my base and further find out what are the different ideas within this institutional level as a perception, change of perception. And the bottom, they say that it's a source of indigenous knowledge that we can learn a lot. It's a big difference. Then a spatial scale has changed. The nature and perception of conservation first started as an objective, static, intrinsic value and singularity. Now we have subjective, dynamic, associated value, and context dependence and multidisciplinary. Second, the value has changed a lot. It's very interesting. Well, a historic, aesthetic, and then we have ecological values, then economic and social. The aim is different. First, we start to protect the fabric. Then we try to protect fabric and meaning. Then the aim is to develop to enhance human development, and finally to sustainable development. Methods has changed a lot. How change has been defined within this text. First, they are trying to avoid change, and then they say change is necessary if possible. Value and circumstances changes in time and in space. Heritage is constantly recreating. Change is part of heritage. It's so amazing that how gradually they try to accept change within this text. And the role of presence. First, they say you can study and protect. You cannot do much more with this. Then they say that protect heritage for present and future generation. Constantly we create, enhance, and promote heritage, which is very interesting. Vulnerability first started as natural decay, stylistic restoration, and armed conflicts. Until now, we have environmental problems as the main vulnerable. Yeah, it's the final. It's the final. Yeah. And then we have different stakeholders approaches. We have different approaches from conservation, restoration, and isolysis to management of change, circular economy, life cycle analysis, and resource management. What is the final product that we want to produce? First, I want to produce a true architecture. Then we want to produce an expected architecture. And finally, we are producing an plausible architecture, which includes different ideas. So this was the summary of what I find, and it is all of these aspects are introduced and discussed in the paper. And as a final mark, I would like to ask that within all this perception, within the presence of this big problem, climate change, thousands of vernacular heritage buildings are abandoned in rural areas. Most of them are in reasonable condition, but with no realistic prospect of resettlements. And they also fall outside the narrow criteria of landmark designation. What the conservation theories tells us, conservation theories and principles tells us here, what we can do with these buildings. It's a problem that I keep scratching my head, and hopefully we can further discuss on such problems and find better solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for this most enlightening review in specific aspects of the development, both in terms of the players and the principles. Including just before we start a small 5-minute discussion.
No, the last presentation will be additional presentation.
Okay.
Sorry, actually squeezed in. My name is Gilly Carr. I'm from the University of Cambridge. And I'd like to thank Nigel Welter for inviting me.
You should speak.
I will.
Just a moment.
For inviting me to come and talk to you here. And I'm going to be talking to you about a new charter in town. You're going to be thrilled to hear this. I am representing today the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, or IRA, as we refer to it. This one, please. There we go.
It's a hot topic. I hope the cables here will not stay out again and the screen will go back.
Okay. Great. So I have been the chair of this project for 5 years, which has written a charter, a heritage charter for Holocaust heritage. And one of the things that IRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, is very aware of is that as the last survivors pass away, our attention is now focused on the sites where they were persecuted, where they were murdered, or where they managed to survive. And so this charter, as I say, is about Holocaust heritage. What do I mean by Holocaust heritage? This is an example, this is a list of the kind of sites that this charter is about. Concentration camps, extermination camps, forced labor camps, transit camps, killing sites, mass graves, ghettos, prisons, places of detention, death march routes, places of hiding, escape routes. You understand what it is. Just to explain to you where these images are, the top left-hand corner is a death march route outside Sachsenhausen concentration camp in Germany. The top right is the site of a mass grave in Płaszów, in Kastitsa in the Czech Republic. Bottom left-hand corner is Compiègne outside Paris. This is a transit camp, and the bottom right-hand corner is Zürchen forced labor camp and re-education camp in Germany. Now, this charter, which has been created over 5 years, had the following methodology for creating it. First of all, we looked at other heritage charters. Yes, that includes the Venice Charter, which will probably be the only time that I mention the Venice Charter in my talk. I apologize. So we looked at other heritage charters to see what was relevant and useful. We also spoke to practitioners. So these are people who work at Holocaust sites, like directors of places like Auschwitz, etc. We made many site visits to visit these sites to see for ourselves what the challenges were, and we were advised by international experts. Now, this is a list of the 16 different threats which are facing Holocaust heritage in the 21st century. I'm not going to read all of these out, but I'm just going to pick a few. So things like climate change, things like looting, vandalism, neglect, decay, lack of heritage protection, wear and tear caused by visitors, inappropriate reuse of sites, etc. And these sorts of threats are not unique to Holocaust sites. We don't claim that they are, but these are the 16 threats that we are concerned with in this charter. And I just want to show you some images which show the state of some Holocaust heritage sites today. Now, this first site is Terezín in the Czech Republic, or you might know it better as Theresienstadt. And this was a ghetto where Jews were collected before being deported to death camps. And there have been a series of storms and floods which have made this site start to fall apart. So you may have seen a BBC News article in 2021 which drew attention to this. This is the so-called Dresden barracks. The Czech army had a Cold War base here, but it was empty since the end of the Cold War. And when a building is empty and it isn't heated, it becomes more fragile and more vulnerable to things like climate change. This is Stara Gradiška in Croatia. It's a sub-camp of Jasenovac's concentration camp. It was bombed during the war in Yugoslavia, and also it's just by a river and is prone to floods. This is the site of the concentration camp of Zilt in the Channel Island of Alderney, and this site has no heritage protection, there's no memorial, there's no information plaque. There is nothing to mark the spot. It isn't acknowledged. It's on private land and it's very overgrown. So there's nothing here to even say what it was, but it's known that's what it was. This is an image from Ravensbrück concentration camp. You can see 80 years after the war, these buildings are simply old, they're falling down. They are, well, in a bad state. This photograph was taken at Mauthausen in Austria, and this is a different sort of threat. Now, this is the stairway of death, as it's known, which links the concentration camp with the quarry where prisoners worked. And it used to be quite popular for visitors and pilgrims to walk up those stairs, to walk in the footsteps of former prisoners as a form of experience of the site. But those stairs are now blocked off. You can see a fence at the top and at the bottom. And this is because of insurance law in Austria, because if somebody falls down those stairs and breaks a leg, the director of Mauthausen Memorial is personally responsible, and she can be sued and taken to court and fined. So this is why that stairway is blocked off. Now, I don't know if you can see this image, but it's a wall in Auschwitz which is covered in graffiti. Appreciate you can probably see that more clearly if you're watching online, but graffiti is another problem. This is the crematorium of Gusen in Austria, and you can see the floodwaters have gone inside the mouth of the crematoria. Climate change is a serious problem for Holocaust heritage. Now, I want to emphasize that this heritage charter has a pragmatic approach. We acknowledge that it's not like heritage professionals are coming to these sites in 1945 and controlling their preservation or taking ownership of them. No, that's not the case at all. And so this charter recognizes that there have been 80 years of changes at these sites, which nobody has, well, in some sites, there's been no control of that, no sense of being aware of charter, shall we say. So on the left-hand side, we're looking at Gunskirchen in Austria, and all that's left of this camp is some concrete hut bases. You know, there's nothing to restore. There's no building there to restore or preserve. And on the right-hand side, we are looking at one of the buildings of Gusen concentration camp, which is now a domestic house. People live there. And so we can't turn back time. We have to be pragmatic. Now, it soon occurred to us when doing the research for this project that there is not a single site in Europe which is fully and properly safeguarded, not one. And that was an important wake-up call and underscored to us the need for this sort of a charter to give people advice on how to safeguard these sites. Now, I'm not going to be boring. I'm not going to read out the charter to you, but I just want to acquaint you with the 4 main articles. So the first one is safeguarding principles, about the fundamental reasons of why we want to safeguard Holocaust sites. The second article identifies the risks. So it's just the list of all of the different threats, risks, and challenges the sites face today. The third article is about responsibilities. What are our duties and obligations as people living in countries with Holocaust sites? And the final article is about safeguarding practices, and it recommends practical steps, good practice, what we should do to safeguard these sites for the best. So this is just a little reminder about what some of those good practices can be about. So about having heritage protection legislation, about financially supporting these sites, identifying them, have information boards outside them saying, this is the site of a camp. You'd be surprised how many places in Europe have no information board or anything. It's about having high ethical standards in education about the Holocaust. It can be about being vigilant about the narrative you tell at sites, because in some countries, the narrative of the Holocaust is misappropriated, is misrepresented in order to minimize one victim group and maximize another. It's about the importance of consulting stakeholders, and it's about safeguarding the significance of the site as well as the fabric itself. So I'm not going to read all of these out, but one of the things that I hope I'll have a little time to show you is a data visualization on the IRA website. Now, this visualization is rather clever. It's just been launched, so it's not full yet. So if I can put it like that. Now, on the bottom, these little spheres along the bottom represent different sites. And if you click on them, you can read about those sites. Along the middle, we list the 16 threats, risks, and challenges. And at the top, we list the good practice. So if, for example, you click on, this one is insufficient acknowledgement, that's one of the threats. The links take you to the sites which have those problems, so you can read what those sites have done about it, but it also links up to the good practice, what you should do about it in order to do the right thing. So I hope I'll have time to show you that. But my final slide, before I go onto the website, is this page from the IRA website. Please have a look at this QR code. This will take you to the website with the charter and with the data visualization, so you can have a look for your own interest. So I'll just pause for a second for those who want to take a photograph or link to the website. When I see cameras go down, I shall move on to the website, if I can.
Julie,
yes,
I have circulated your charter.
I saw, yes, and Nigel has sent you emails about the charter, but there's nothing I think it's just blacked out. I don't know if that's a way of telling me to go and sit down again.
It's not the same problem as before.
It's not?
No.
Okay.
So Julie's wanting to do the website.
Yes, it's gone black.
But it did have, at the bottom, it had the half a dozen.
Thank you.
Logos.
Remember, we opened the website. I think it was ready waiting on.
Was it?
No, you have to dial again.
Yeah.
Will the people online be able to see this? Yeah, I'm just trying to find the cursor. Yeah, don't worry, it's coming, it's coming.
Well,
oh, the screen is still black. The screen is still black.
You have to share the desk.
Yes, the screen is still black. No, here. Okay, how can we get this on the screen? It's a very nice interactive data visualization, so it's worth waiting for, but if it's not going to work, you'll just have to go online yourself. If you Google IRA, IHRA safeguarding sites, that will take you to the website. So you should be able to get there yourself. This is a very effective way of making the speaker finish and go and sit down again, so everyone can have lunch. It's symbolic, yes, yes.
I apologize. I don't know what happened.
Yes, yes, that's right.
No,
it's not gonna communicate.
Probably something. Okay,
Yeah.
it's not.
No.
Very briefly, a screenshot.
There's the cable.
Looks familiar.
What's the cable that doesn't work?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, yes. Right. Okay, right. Right, so let's see if we can make this work. Here we are. So this is the data visualization, and it's rather fun to play with. But so if I just click on a random site here, This is the Dossam barracks in Mechelen in Belgium, from which Belgian Jews were deported. And you can read about the potted history of the site, what happened at the site between 1945 and the present. So we can appreciate that the sites have gone through changes, but also what are the threats facing it today? And so if I click on here, you can see these are the threats. So I might say to myself, okay, I want to know what to do about this. So I can either click on these and find out what to do, or if I myself manage a Holocaust site and I think, oh no, we've got problems with neglect and decay, what shall I do? Let's see what other sites did about it. Let's take inspiration from them, but let's also see what the Charter recommends. So I can click up to the good practice up here and read. Obviously, you can't read this from where you're sitting, but if you're looking at the website, there's some advice on up here on what to do. So I can click to read some of the text from the Charter here. So it's a really nice tool to play with. It's very, you might be familiar with this sort of tool from the UNESCO website, the Intangible Cultural Heritage Diagram. It's done by the same artist. We employed the same person. So I leave that for you to look at and play with, because I think it's great fun. And once again, there's the QR code for anyone who didn't manage to click on it before to take you to the website. And I'll finish there, and thank you very much for letting me come.
I understand it, Julie, that the ambition is to add more sites.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So the Charter launched in January at the European Commission, and we hope to have 80 sites to represent 80 years since the end of the Holocaust. So if anybody knows of any sites in their town that they think should be represented in there, you can use this to get in touch with IRA, or you probably have Nigel's email address, or come and talk to me. I'll give you my business card. You can get in touch with me and I can give you information on how to get your site onto this data visualization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been indeed a most compact and rich in terms of content session.
So a copy of the Charter, which I will get.
I'm sure that a lunch break is the most tempting destination, but we could, I suppose, for 5 minutes pose some comments or questions you might have on the 4 papers that were presented. And on my part, let me just mention how important it is with papers that were so rich in terms of content to see them published in their full extent after our conference has ended. So any questions or comments? Yes.
Well, I have the different presentations here. There was one, a very small, very strong issue, that's symbolism, communities, which is a lot to do with symbolism, the Holocaust.
Speak slower for.
Speak louder. Okay. I think the first presentation, mainly the topic was a little bit reversed. It was not whether symbolic intervention should be allowed, but whether intervention in the symbolic meaning of sites should be allowed. And I would just bring a case, and I think that our committee should take it into account for future discussions, because symbolic meaning, well, first, it has always 2 sides, especially if it's political, those who are pro and those who are against, and in the history it can change. Covering this anti-Semitic statue attracts attention to the statue more than not covering it, like King David's statue of Michelangelo having this fig leaf covering his parts. That's not so symbolic, it's different. But I will just bring one case which has to do with architecture and symbolism, and not with statues, because there was always a question by pulling down Stalin's statues, do we change history? We can, we say, we put a plaque there and we tell all the atrocities and all the negative issues, maybe it's even more important than pulling it down. But I was interviewed once by Albanian television. I became a persona non grata in Tirana for a while because they wanted to demolish the pyramid in the middle of Tirana, which was built by Anwar Hoxha, who was the dictator, and his kind of commemoration, but it's also a very good building. It can be used, it's good urbanistically, it's good as a building. I told him, don't demolish it, tell the story of the history, change the symbolism. I'm bringing it up because I think it's a very, very good topic. I worked in Alanya and in Turkey, there was a question whether should we keep the remains of the Greek not settlement, really the Greek parts, including the church and the cemetery, or for them it's obvious now, but it was not always so. So these things are very important for our committee to discuss in the future.
It is very interesting that Philip showed that in the end, sometimes there is a court that rules on the issue and says yes or no. And the court definitely needs doctrinal documents to refer to.
I mean, very shortly, because I think that the science no, it's not enough. And of course, demolition is not the option.
I think that these elements of anti-Semitism should be remembered. We should always remember that anti-Semitism is not just anti-Semitism. It's so old.
Anything else? Well, in concluding, let us just remind you all of us that there are at least 2 projects that have been presented in these 2 days that are on course, and we can contribute to them, Claudine and Shiru. And let's thank you all for your presence in this session, and we will be coming back to continue with the last session at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Yeah.
In 1958, the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act. The red line here, obviously, is an approximation of 1964, when the Venice Charter came in, about which we're talking about in this conference. What's really interesting, as you'd see in this graph, is since 1958, there haven't been any heritage legislations in India, except in 2014, when you had a national policy for conservation. But again, the national policy for conservation does not relate to monuments. It relates to other aspects of heritage, but mainly focuses on sites that are owned and managed by the Archaeological Survey of India. So even today, from a legislative perspective, the act that is still being enforced and in use is the 1958 Act. So it's definitely more. I mean, I'm sure in the next 4 years, we'll have to celebrate a 70th anniversary and a birthday of the act. Just speaking back of birthdays, as Nigel spoke yesterday. Anyways, I think my focus here is going to be on the idea of setting, and specifically on the idea of setting and living heritage coming in together. This is research that I had done as part of my master's thesis in archaeology in India back in 2014-15. But I hope it's still fairly up to date. So as you know, the Venice Charter has a lot of emphasis on the idea of the setting, but unfortunately, this setting is understood as something which is largely historic, somewhat static. There is not so much of an appreciation of living and thriving heritage or a sense of continuity. And that is absolutely fine, because the world in 1964 was a completely different world from the one in which we live today. And the Venice Charter, as we all appreciate, is a product of its time, and a remarkable piece of document for that period of time, but still a product of 1964. And as speakers both yesterday and this morning have identified, there are so many, there are a number of lacunae, there are a number of gaps which need to be addressed. And so jumping into that, some of the shortcomings of the Venice Charter, in my view, is that it is a largely Eurocentric or a Western-centric view and perspective, which is fine because that's where it was put together. Most, if you look at most of the participants and the signatories at the end of the Venice Charter, a good percentage of them are from the Western world. And there isn't anyone from India in that. So well, hopefully this will bring in a different perspective. There's also a lack of understanding or emphasis on intangible heritage, especially living heritage. And it's great that these shortcomings have been addressed in later charters, especially by ICOMOS, but also by other organizations. And I think the key documents here are the NARA document, the Xi'an Declaration, Borough Charter, and others. And also the issues of sustainability, environmental and sustainable interventions, just as we heard from the speaker before the lunch break, were not addressed because these were not global issues that were recognized back in 1954. Anyways, my focus is going to be on this second sentence here. Perfect. Let me take you through this. What are the other declarations talking about living heritage or intangible cultural heritage? All of you know, so I don't need to talk about that again. But certainly the Xi'an Declaration talks about the idea of social and spiritual and cultural values and a meaningful relationship between the heritage asset and its setting and its context. And also the fact that you need to have an understanding, a documentation, and an interpretation. And therefore, I think it calls for a multidisciplinary approach, which involves the strong need, especially when we're talking about living heritage, with an anthropological and an ethnographic perspective. And that's something I thought I have done in my research at ICOMOS. So jumping straight and taking you across geography and across time to Aihole. Aihole is today a very small village in Karnataka, which is a state in South India. So this is the map of India. That's in grey Karnataka. And this is a map of Bagalkot, which is the district within which Aihole is located. And as you can see, there are a number of archaeological sites in Aihole, Pattadakal, Badami. Pattadakal is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it was designated in 1986, so fairly early designation. What is so special about Aihole? Aihole today has a population of about 4,200 people. Very, very small. I mean, a housing block in London has more than that population. But as you'd see, it's got an incredible collection of temples that date back to the very late 5th century to the early 6th century. And in fact, it was the cradle of temple architecture and the development and the genesis of South Indian temple architecture form, going back more than 1,500 years. So it's an incredible site. And within a small village of 4,200 people today, and probably a much bigger village in the past, there is a concentration of more than 100 monuments. It's an incredible site. It was put forward to be inscribed in the World Heritage List, I think about 8 years back now, but another site was selected in its place. Anyways, it's on the tentative list. But we'll look at more images, etc., as we go along. Down here is a brief historical timeline of Aihole. So you have a number of different dynasties who've been ruling and controlling this region. But also, if you look at quite a sketchy map here, the settlement itself is divided into a number of different localities. And a lot of times, these localities are based and identified by the monuments that are located in these localities. Let's talk about the monuments as well. But you can see in red, these are all the monuments. So there you have these bounded groups. These are currently managed by the Archaeological Survey of India. Whereas where you have other group temple monuments like this, they're basically within the village. So we look at the challenges of both of these approaches when we talk about setting. So what are these temples? So Aihole has a fascinating sense of structural temples that go back to 530 CE, as well as rock cut temples that go back a few decades before and after that. Incredible. You can see a sense of timber architecture then being modeled into stone. Fabulous sculpted panels, incredible iconography. So there's a lot of early Indian religious systems. So it's dedicated to at least 3 faiths: Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism. Buddhism and Hinduism are obviously very popular. Jainism is still a very living and thriving religion in India, but not in this part of India anymore. It's geographically moved to other parts of Western India. And as you see, these monuments are spread across the settlement. They're all over. And in fact, the settlement has grown and evolved around these monuments. You can see a cave temple here, the Ravalusadi cave temple. And then these are the level of intricate detail. This is the Kalyana Chalukya temple. So this dates from about the 10th, 11th century, and uses a slightly different stone as a material. This is one of the most fascinating temples on a hill. It has an inscription going back to 560 CE, and then a number of other smaller temples. Now, of these temples that we looked on in the map, a significant number of these are living temples. There are people who still worship in these temples. Now, it's possible that the religion has changed, but then the images and the icons have been appropriated by other religions, by Hinduism, by Buddhism, etc., and they're worshipped. So if you look at this map, which I've zoomed, this table that I've zoomed into, most of these temples have almost a daily worship, and the object of worship need not be the same as the original use, but it's still in a religious use, and it's still and the use and the worship of these temples goes back at least 400 years with documented evidence. So again, a lot of monuments, and most of these are living temples. Now, it's not just these grand monuments in stone that are important, but you have also some phenomenal vernacular architecture, which are testimony to the craftsmanship and the traditions that continue till today. So you can see some examples of 19th century buildings here, mud and timber ornate details, and likewise another example. And it's not just what it looks like, but also the social structure and the layers that give meaning to the plan form, as well as the environmental factors. So it's quite a hot and dry climate. So how is it designed? You've got mud roofs, which have to be redone every year. You've got different levels within the house. You've got hierarchy of spaces. So who's allowed into what level of spaces? Where is access allowed based on whether you're part of the family or someone outside, etc. I'll quickly run through now. But it's not just the grand vernacular buildings, but also more simple buildings that are 200-300 years old and part of the settlement, which are incredibly important. Now, it's not just that these buildings exist in isolation. Often these buildings are built abutting and sometimes incorporating these earlier monuments, including temples. So temples are used as almost an extension of these monuments in a number of houses. And if you look at these, there's a dense cluster of these monuments and then houses right around them. And you can see here, Kunti Gudi is a temple going back to the 7th century, with these fascinating Vithana sculptures, etc. And then you've got a house right next to it, which is built almost to the party wall with the temple. Now, I was fortunate to have a vantage aerial view, but you can see what it looks like here with this dense cluster. And what it looks like here, where the temple setting is part of the cattle shed, it's part of where you can wash and dry clothes. In the afternoon, if it's very hot, it's a great place to have a little nap as well. And sometimes these sculptures are almost used as little tethers to tie goats to. So it's quite fun. But anyways, I had the chance and the brilliant opportunity to document this house, which dates from the mid-17th century. Again, you can see, and this is the same house as we looked at here. It's attached to the temple. It's been built about 1,000 years, 900 years after the temple. But again, incredibly important from an understanding of how life is there. So the settlement of Aihole is not a squatter settlement that's been developed in the last 50, 60 years, but it's a settlement that's been developed at least over the last 500 years in conjunction with the monuments. And so you're seeing what I'm coming to. What then becomes important? How do we identify the layers of significance when these are interlinked? Now, if we look at some historic maps, unfortunately, OS maps in India don't go back as far as OS maps in the UK and Europe, but we have some maps from the late 19th and early 20th century. You can see here in Aihole, there are a number of monuments which are surrounding the village surrounds and completely encapsulates the monuments. And you can see in 1975, there's been a bit of clearance, as the Venice Charter talks about, to better appreciate the setting of the monument in Article 14. So that has started here, and there is now a stronger boundary line between the settlement and the temples, if you see what I mean. And then
Chantal, you should maybe conclude in shortly. Please.
Definitely. Just give me another 3 minutes and I should be done. Thank you very much. And then I've been able to map these as well. Now, if you actually look at the latest regulations from 1958, you need to have a 500-meter buffer zone across. And if you did have the buffer zone, it means the village doesn't exist. And that was the plan. The plan was to completely wipe off the village and then present these monuments within a landscape setting. I've got just a few more slides. I then looked at the idea of what are the living traditions that are currently there in the village. So every year you have the annual Rathotsava, which is a chariot festival. And the chariot festival has a very strong ceremonial and a geographical link with the settlement. So there's a certain pattern that's followed. There's a certain pathway that's followed. The pilgrims come in a certain way. The Ratha, which is the chariot, comes. The chariot includes certain ritual objects which are then enshrined on the temple itself. So the monument is incredibly important to this living tradition, as well as deities and villagers from nearby villages who come in processions to attend this ceremony. Apart from that, you have fairs which are weekly or monthly, and when the festivals are held, as well as a weekly market, which is very much part of the intrinsic geography of Aihole. Now, let's move away from Aihole to a settlement, and this is the last 2 slides I've got to show you, of Pattadakal, which is the World Heritage Site. It's very close. It's only about 15 kilometers from Aihole. Chronologically, it's about 100 years after the temples of Aihole were built. This is what it looked like in the late 19th and early 20th century. And you can see that the temples have been built into the fort walls. There are a number of the village kind of surrounds these monuments. You can also see the chariot here. So at that point of time, obviously there was a close link between the monuments and the community. What's happened today is that the entire settlement has been removed and taken away and built elsewhere. And so the monuments are seen in this setting. Now, it's a great tourist attraction because of the landscape lawns. You can walk around them. You can see them in their glorious new setting. But it completely loses the historical identity, the social and cultural identity, as well as the living culture and traditions that are so important to Aihole. So this is what Pattadakal is today, but Aihole could be tomorrow. So it's just to try and understand whether the Venice Charter, with its idea of setting, is still relevant in a time when you have this thriving and also geographically and culturally relevant for places throughout the world. I leave you with that thought. Thank you very much. Perfect. Thank you. I'm so sorry I went a few minutes overboard there. Sorry about that.
No, thank you very much. But I count on the following speakers to be to stick to the time. Well, thank you very much. There are a lot of very interesting issues, of course, raised by this lecture, and Article 14 has posed also problems since the beginning. I think already in the 1970s, there were ideas to revise it, to adapt it to the evolution of heritage. So now, of course, it's even more urgent to think about these issues. But we'll move on immediately to Taiwan now with Chi Yung Chang, who will welcome. Who will talk about, who will share with us some reflections on cultural heritage repurposing and accessibility in the Venice Charter. So that's linked also to a previous theme of our committee, who was focusing on this theme of accessibility, inclusivity. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm from Taiwan and currently serve as an associate researcher at the Architecture Research Institute of the Ministry of the Interior, Taiwan. The title is Reflections on Cultural Heritage, Repurposing and Accessibility in the Venice Charter, an analysis of the cultural heritage cases in Japan, Taiwan. The Venice chapter was adopted by ICOMOS in 1967, presenting guidelines of enduring values and universal significance. The universal value of the Venice chapter lies in its emphasis on authenticity and integrity, valuing the characteristic of all historical periods, opposing the removal of historical additions, rejecting stylistical reconstructions without proper basis, and requiring comprehensive documentation. Such issues touch on the ontological and epistemological aspects of the meaning of heritage preservation. The ontological consideration involve whether conservation meaning is material or whether conservation should have a substantial impact on modern society. The accessibility of heritage knowledge for the popular raises question about fairness in the methods through which people acquire such knowledge. So it's important is that such question is touched on how the meaning of culture, heritage preservation can provide tragical social impacts. This paper used the dialectical examination of the Venice chapter with the health and well-being reduced inequity, indicator of the substantial development goals and the accessibility concept of the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability, and exploring ways to improve or optimize accessible environment, especially from the perspective of information and communication technology, based on the concept of cultural equity and cultural utilization. And this paper analyzes of cases of architectural cultural heritage in Taiwan and Japan. Just like the United Nations 17 Substantial Development Goals, particularly the health and well-being reduced inequity goal, propose the construction of accessible environment to enhance health and reduce welfare inequity. The Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability emphasizes the concept of inclusion, with Article 9 emphasizing the accessibility of environment to enable to the full participation of persons with disability in society. So the concept of an accessible environment organizing from the Nordic country and influenced by the principle of nominalization and to provide persons with disability with living condition and opportunity similar to those of the general population. So in Article 5, Principle of Potential 16, additions and 16 populations of Venice Charter, many discuss the principle of maintenance, addition, and publication of general users. But a closing reading of the Venice Charter reveals the lack of consideration for who should experience and visit these cultural heritage sites. In Taiwan, Article 10, Paragraph 7 of the Constitution stimulates the construction of accessible environment for persons with disability by the state. It emphasizing the rights of persons with disability. And Article 52 of the Act of the Rights Protection of Persons with Disability require government agency at all levels to provide public information accessibility services. The public information accessibility specifically refer to providing auxiliary and supportive measures for visually, auditory, and linguistically impaired citizens to read, view, relay, and transmit information. When they using facilities such as the internet, telecommunications, boarding, or television. And Article 15.7 of the Act of the Rights Protection of Persons with a Disability in Taiwan requires the improvement of accessible facilities and public buildings and venues that do not meet regulations. But also, Taiwan followed the international trend and enacted the Cultural Heritage Preservation Act in 1983. It did not particularly emphasize the establishment of accessible environment for cultural heritage preservation or include provision for improving accessible environment. Instead, it referred to the design specification of accessible and usable building and facilities and the operation directions of submitting alternative improvement plans for the accessible facility in existing public buildings. A concern considering the characteristic of cultural heritage reuse for accessible environment improvement. So considering the improvement and optimizing of accessible environment for architectural cultural heritage reuse, especially the use is as the museum or exhibition hall is crucial. Emphasize the use of by person with disability, the concept cultural equity, acknowledgement, the cultural difference of diverse group, and aim to avoid various forms of discrimination and prejudice. So we can see the Cultural Heritage Preservation Act in Taiwan on the Article 17, 23, 24, 26. And they say it requires competent authority to establish complete case data for the reused monument and say the stimulate the management and maintenance monuments and the reuse and the restoration, the reuse of the monuments. But however, information and communication technology have been applied in cultural heritage sites, historical buildings, and many other environments require accessibility. Just like this case, Taiwan Museum. The museum is the national monument. We can see by the case study and in the interview, the museum providing common services for visually impaired, hearing impaired, and intellectually challenged individuals. And it have free admission services and dialectic elevator for persons with disability. And special is that installation of multiple navigation facility, including braille guidebooks, audio guides to assist visual impaired visitors in touring the exhibition. Just we can see this. The National Taiwan Museum has implemented tactile relief maps, guidance titles, and the plan of device and inclusive guidance education activities on a period basis, not only enhance the awareness of visually impaired individuals to revisit museum, but also promotes martial learning. This is the case of Hopper Fort. The Hall Fort is square in shape, covering an area of approximately 1.5 hectares, and it forming a square shape around all four sides. The inner wall is made of red earth. The fort has undergone 3 major renovations. We can see that the planning for an entire accessible pathway and presentation of exhibition space through models and images. And the case study is Kyoto's Kiyomizu-dera Temple. We can see the temple considering the accessible facility in preserving cultural heritage, and then barrier-free pilgrimage routes and implementation of slow lanes for stairs and improving in pathway, utilizing semantical pathway with color-coded section along pilgrimage routes to facilitate wheelchair movements. And so, the temple in Kyoto is a very important case for the accessible environment in Japan. And another case is Zenkoji Temple, Nagato City, Japan. We can see the installation of temporary ramps and improvement of accessible restaurant, ensuring smooth movement for wheelchairs from parking areas to temple interiors. So when heritage sites function as a museum, they not only witness historical trajectories, but also carry collective memories, bearing the responsibility of culture transmission and innovation. Hence, the planning of implementation of comprehensive soft and hard accessibility environment are imperative to allow everyone to engage with culture. So overcoming digital disparities and information disclosure issues along participants is a primary objective. When adopting environment optimizing and complementary approaches, attention should still be paid to technological equity and service-oriented design are incorporated. The functionality of ICT equipment provided to individuals with disability should remain simple with user-friendly interface. This is the interview of to the visual impaired, hear impaired. They say that these are very important. So the conclusion is that hand to the restoration and preservation principle, emphasizing the Venice chapter, essential to protect the environment while editing facility and equipment with compromising existing structure. However, considering the demand for reuse, it's imperative to ensure that participants such as visitors or visitor various types in museums receive equitable service. The construction of barrier-free pathway in the cultural heritage preservation environment is fundamental and crucial for earthquake equitable service, capturing to the needs of individuals with visual, auditory, and physical impairment. For the cases, the utilization of mobile technology, virtual image, and physical touch models proved to be effective tools for cultural heritage education. It is recommended to prioritize this aspect in exhibition venues, cultural heritage research reports, publication, and website introductions. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this perfectly timed and clear presentation. This is, of course, a very important issue that was not at all addressed in the Venice Charter. As we already mentioned in previous presentation, the Venice Charter is very much stones-oriented or monuments-oriented and less people-oriented. So inclusivity is really something that might conflict with the principles of the Venice Charter, and as you said, these digital technologies and so on can be a solution to try and find, let's say, solutions. So we'll move on. Thank you very much. We'll come to the questions at the end of the session. And now we'll welcome Tamas. But could you,
Yes.
I don't dare to touch anything, so. Okay. I don't want to do anything wrong. So we'll welcome Tamas Stolimosi. I'm sorry for the pronunciation of your name. So we'll move to Japan, although you're from Hungary, as I understood. So beyond monuments, rethinking heritage through the mundane and the ephemeral in Tokyo. So the floor is yours for a maximum of 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to confirm, can you see my screen and my voice is fine?
Yes, everything's good.
Yeah, thank you very much. Then let me start. Welcome to session 3, where we'll discuss the future of conservation theory and doctrinal texts, including needs and proposals. Thank you for the opportunity to present my research at this conference, where we celebrate and rethink the Venice Charter. My name is Tamás Solymosi from Hungary, and I'm currently a PhD student in the Heritage Studies degree program at the University of Tsukuba in Japan. Although my background is in historical and cultural studies, as well as cultural heritage studies, I am not an architect nor conservator. Therefore, my research takes a more softer approach. However, my main interest lies in considering architecture and cities from a cultural perspective in light of the spatial turn in human sciences. The following approximately 15 minutes aim to provide a thought-provoking experience. The presentation will explore the legacy of the Venice Charter and reconsider architectural preservation through mundane cases from Tokyo. At this stage, there are more questions than answers in my presentation, but my long-term aim is to answer them in my future PhD dissertation, as well as the paper for the proposed publication after the conference. Let's move on to today's agenda. Please feel free to scan the QR code visible on the screen, which will give you access to a handout containing slides and supplementary material to my presentation. Using your mobile device to scan while following my discourse and reviewing the handout can enhance your understanding and engagement with the content. This presentation challenges the concept of monumentality by examining the evolution of heritage preservation across 3 regimes. It argues for a principle that embraces the dynamic nature of mundane heritage, where transformation and even decay can be integral to significance. Appreciating these nuances requires multidisciplinary collaboration beyond traditional architectural expertise. I will explore adaptive approaches such as counter-preservation that creatively preserve cultural memory. In Tokyo's diverse network of alleys, incremental housing, and shopping streets, I will reconsider how we experience and conserve the essence of place. My aim is to initiate a conversation within the field of architecture heritage, promoting inclusive strategies that acknowledge the value of ordinary spaces that shape our cities and lives. By embracing the diversity of everyday life, we can develop adaptable principles to preserve the living heritage around us. This presentation aims to generate discussion on reimagining and reframing preservation theory to value the ephemeral as much as the eternal. The quote you can see on the screen is from Fumihiko Maki, who is a highly accomplished and renowned architect with a career spanning over 6 decades. He has designed numerous projects across the globe, including Japan, North and South America, Europe, and Asia. In 1993, he was awarded the prestigious Pritzker Architecture Prize. His latest works includes the World Trade Center Tower 4 in New York City. It is suggested that in modern cities, which may appear disorganized and lacking in coherent structure, each citizen must construct their own unique relationship with various small parts of the city. This implies that the experience of the urban landscape is highly individualized and personal. The sentence, "The contemporary city is a unique reality for each individual," highlights the subjective nature of one's interpretation and experience of the city rather than objective universal reality. The image of the city can be constructed through mundane and everyday experiences rather than slowly through grand monuments and landmarks. Just consider the experience of visiting a city as a tourist and later living in the same city. This quote expresses a postmodern viewpoint that rejects the idea of a single objective reality of truth, especially in regards to urban environment. This quote serves the purpose of framing my current presentation and research, so please keep this in mind throughout my presentation and look at my slides with Maki's word in mind. This table on the screen outlines the evolution of heritage preservation scope and philosophies through three distinct regimes. The first regime, which lasted until the 1960s, had a narrow focus on preserving nationally significant monuments as symbols of culture identity. The 1964 Venice Charter challenged this approach by introducing a more holistic method of conserving authentic settings around monuments. The second regime, which spanned from the 1960s to 1990s, expanded the concept of heritage to include urban and natural environments, but still relied heavily on expert opinions. The third regime, which began in the 1990s, saw a significant shift towards a more inclusive approach that encompassed intangible heritage, sense of place, and marginalized histories through community-oriented and culturally relativistic methods. This trajectory reflects the evolution of heritage discourse from monument conservation to contextual preservation, now celebrating pluralistic values. By recognizing mundane spaces as organically arising heritage imbued with community meaning, we legitimize previously overlooked vernacular heritage sites. This bottom-up approach democratizes our understanding of the inner cultural world of the built heritage. Let me ask this: can the true essence of a city be captured solely through its iconic landmarks, or do we miss something vital by neglecting the mundane spaces where life unfolds? This image proposes a new perspective on architecture and urban heritage through a visual metaphor. It depicts a bird representing the concept of authorized heritage discourse by referring the notion by Laura Jane Smith, taking flight and departing from restrictive guidelines and designation systems represented by the clothes labeled as heritage discourse, or in my case, Japan heritage, or overall designation systems. The bird is departing from the traditional top-down frameworks that favor only officially sanctioned monumental sites as represented by the viewing cone of the bird. In the cityscape below, small figures resembling ants are scattered throughout, suggesting an acknowledgement of individual viewpoints and the diversity of experiences within the everyday urban environment. This approach to urban heritage is closely related to the previous quote from the Japanese architect who emphasized the embodied experience of the city. This metaphor advocates a shift in focus away from authoritative heritage institutions and towards a more grassroots, community-driven understanding of heritage rooted in the mundane spaces and ordinary lived experiences of cities and their inhabitants. What if we considered the diverse perspectives of those who inhabit and shape heritage spaces, rather than relying on authoritative institutions to dictate what qualifies as heritage? Upon examining Tokyo's urban fabric and historical continuity, it becomes apparent that its roots can be tracked back to modern city of Edo, the historical name of Tokyo. Tokyo's flexible expansion without city walls allowed for organic development around its natural topography of mountains, hills, rivers, and forests. Although much was destroyed by earthquakes and war, the underlying spatial framework persists from Edo, from historical times, in the road networks, waterways, land use patterns, and semi-concentric rings of temple areas. Although buildings are often replaced, this older urban tissue endures beneath. Tokyo has managed to avoid the urban renewal that has severed other cities from their historical roots. To truly understand Tokyo's essence, it is necessary to look beyond just building types and also consider greenery, sacred precincts, road networks, site plans, and open spaces that are intertwined with Japanese concept of place. This approach, which I just explained, was Hidenobu Jinnai, the most prominent urban historian from Japan, termed this as spatial anthropology, which is a crucial way of understanding a city's character. The city of Tokyo presents a paradoxical abundance of tangible and intangible historical characters, memories, and traditions coexisting with its strong future-oriented projection. The dialectics between innovation and tradition, identity, social uses of space, history, and the built heritage take on unique characteristics in Tokyo. However, Tokyo's historical essence emerges through a complex dialectic of presence and absence, unlike Italian cities, for example, where the medieval or even Roman past is often preserved intact in the buildings and streets. The enduring urban fabric of plots, blocks, and streets, along with traditional residential typologies amid modern high-rises, must be patiently investigated to capture the permanencies of this complex polycentric urban system. This context cannot be ignored when interpreting major monuments like temples or gardens. Tokyo offers an interesting lesson in the coexistence of pervasive past and modernity. Tokyo prompts a reconsideration of traditional Western-centric approaches to urban historiography towards a globally comparative history that highlights contemporary urban diversity. Architecture textbooks and magazines often focus on famous architecture and look to overseas examples and Japanese classics, creating a value system that views the city as covered, developed, detestable buildings unworthy of consideration. From this perspective, Tokyo's architectural landscape is lacking in exemplary designs, resulting in a miserable urban environment. However, instead of fixating on unattainable idealized models that disconnects us from our surroundings, we should strive to transform our discomfort with the current built environment. As seen in the image, we can find a timeline of different books and readings and translations, which are the most important readings concerning Tokyo as a city. This table is from the book called Emergent Tokyo, Designing the Spontaneous City from 2022. Let's move on to the multidisciplinary dialogue. To fully appreciate the cultural significance of mundane heritage in Tokyo, it is necessary to move beyond architectural expertise. A multidisciplinary approach that incorporates various disciplinary perspectives is crucial for holistic understanding of how everyday urban spaces are lived in, socially constructed, and dynamically transformed over time. For example, urban planning provides insights into the spatial dynamics and built environment contexts that shape these mundane sites. Human geography offers conceptual frameworks for analyzing social spatial relationships and place-based identities associated with vernacular spaces. Sociology sheds light on the complex network of community networks, social interactions, and power relations that imbue ordinary spaces with localized meanings. For example, the architecture firm Studio Grows, as you can see their office on this image, based in Tokyo, exemplifies embedded community-oriented practices. Instead of locating themselves in a central commercial district, they deliberately choose to be situated within a residential shopping street. This strategic positioning amidst the rhythms of ordinary neighborhood life enables them to intimately experience and think through the complexities of vernacular urban spaces from the inside out. Counter-preservation as a praxis. I would like to mention a specific district in Tokyo called Yanesen, which is a home to a unique and constantly changing everyday heritage. This area is comprising 3 neighborhoods called Yanaka, Nezu, and Sendagi, which are all dense of fabric of wooden row houses, shops and temples dating back to the late 19th century. And this area has greatly avoided redevelopment processes and destructions of the 20th century. The sense of place is still maintaining an older, more local feel to it, compared to the other financial districts of Tokyo. I propose, rather than aiming to freeze these buildings in time through conventional preservation methods, alternative approaches may be more viable and desirable. Instead, a counter-preservation approach coined by Daniela Sandler, which sensitively navigates between accepting natural processes of decay and creatively repurposing structures to retain cultural meanings, may be more appropriate.
Tamas, keep in mind that you have 3 minutes left for a presentation.
Yes, I am already at conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, good.
The aim of this presentation was to reflect on the legacy of the Venice Charter by deconstructing its main concept of Western-based monumental preservation and protection. A new way of understanding our built environment in cities is proposed, one that is more adaptive, flexible, and sustainable in managing urban history and heritage globally. Using Tokyo as a case study provides an opportunity to examine one of the world's largest cities from a different perspective, offering insights applicable to our own cities. Multidisciplinary approach involving stakeholders is essential since the city functions as a living organism. When rethinking architecture heritage, it is important to broaden our perspective of monuments and recognize the value of transient, peripheral, and everyday environments. In conclusion, I would like to ask all of you here, where do you find the heart and the soul of your city, in its grand monuments or in the ordinary spaces that shape your daily experiences? Thank you for your attention, and here you can see a short reference list as well as in the handout provided in the beginning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and sorry for interrupting you because we thought you still had a lot to go through. So that's why we wanted to keep the time in mind. But so thank you very much for this very clear presentation, interesting presentation. I think the more we go, the more we see that we are facing sort of paradigm shift, and what could be the role of the Venice Charter in that context. I think it can still play a role because we're all here, and this is the Venice Charter which triggered all these presentations, but still a lot of food for thought. So, well, I didn't take my papers. So I want to find your name, so we'll change continent now, as I remember. We'll move to Panama, and we welcome Katy Osorio, who will talk about the interpretation of heritage from cultural diversity and its influence in its preservation. So the floor is yours for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Can you see my screen? It suddenly disappeared when I started sharing.
Yes.
Maybe sharing the wrong one.
We could see your screen, you know, it worked. Yes.
Okay, because I can't see it anymore.
Ah, okay.
And that's the problem. Well, as long as you see it, it's okay.
Yes, we see it very well.
But I'm honored to participate in this 15th edition of ICOMOS TheoPhilos International Scientific Committee Conference with such distinguished colleagues commemorating 60 years to the Venice Charter. I wish to share with you a few remarks concerning the interpretation of heritage for cultural diversity and its influence in preservation. As a preamble, I would like to mention that the aftermath of World War II brought about international cooperation as a means to achieve economic recovery. International forums such as the United Nations, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, adopted in 1945, and the Organization of the American States, reformed in 1948, are some examples. These organizations not only had the aim to prevent future world wars, but also to increase global cooperation in economy, science, culture, education, and other interests in the climate of peace. The destruction of cultural assets of incalculable value for their countries and communities during the war brought about intense debate around how to piece back together the cultural legacies of the past, including historic monuments. Recalling the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and everyone has the right to freely participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. In 1964, the Venice Charter expressed that people are becoming more and more conscious of the unity of human values and regard ancient monuments as a common heritage. This enunciates would come to resound with the World Heritage Convention and its concept of outstanding universal value decades later. Considering the birthplace of the Venice Charter was a meeting of architects and technicians concerned with the history and material testimony of the past, it is only reasonable to consider that the Charter has its foundational roots planted in the preservation of material evidence of history and research. The Venice Charter focuses on the concept of historic monument as both an object worth preserving as an evidence of the past. The object may or may not be a work of art, but it may be imbued with cultural significance assigned by a particular civilization or society that makes it unique. The historic monument may be the single architectural work, but also the urban or rural setting, all conducive to comprehend the significance they express, their cultural value, if we may say so. As other speakers have expressed, the Venice Charter is written from a European Western point of view. The Charter is concerned with ancient historic monuments and tangible heritage. The Venice Charter does not delve into interaction between living societies and their historic monuments beyond the convenience of giving monuments a socially useful purpose to facilitate their conservation. However, in its very first paragraph, the Charter also refers to the historic monuments as living witnesses of age-old traditions, unity of human values, common heritage, and the full richness of their authenticity, whose preservation is a shared common responsibility. And on that line, the Venice Charter also highlights the importance that the principles guiding the preservation and restoration of ancient buildings should be agreed and laid down on an international basis, with each country being responsible for applying the plan within the framework of its own culture and traditions. It is apparent that the Venice Charter was oriented to recognize the sovereignty of countries as a basis to articulate their own systems of protection of heritage in accordance with some international principles universally agreed upon. Later guidelines and legislation on conservation of cultural heritage in Latin America would respect the principles set by the Venice Charter. In the 1950s, there was a time of economic recovery in the post-war period in the wake of the terrifying events of World War II. Latin American countries were caught in the economic slump post-war, but they were largely unscathed in terms of physical integrity of their cultural heritage. However, it became clear that the historic monuments were fragile and vulnerable to accelerated, mismanaged urban development. At the same time, historic monuments were a desirable asset for tourism and economic growth. The norms of Quito adopted in the final report of the meeting on the preservation and utilization of monuments and sites of artistic and historical value, held in Quito, Ecuador in 1967, in the Ibero-American space, presented a diagnosis of historic heritage in Latin America and a call for a policy for comprehensive conservation of historic centers and urban heritage. Most importantly, the norms of Quito express that cultural heritage resources are an economic asset and can be made into instruments of progress. Archaeological ruins of outstanding importance, not always accessible or fully explored, together with amazing survivals from the past, urban complexes and entire towns can become centers of vivid historic interest and tourist attractions, as the note said. These were national monuments, and as such, every national monument is implicitly designed to fulfill a social function. The norms of Quito clearly respect the principles of the Venice Charter. And it was not a coincidence that Mexican expert and architect Carlos Flores Marini, one of the two Latin American signers of the Venice Charter, was also a participant expert in the drafting of the norms of Quito. It is noticeable in the perspective that living indigenous populations were not yet considered in a relationship of association with the historic monuments. During the decades of 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s even, the conservation efforts at national levels were inextricably linked to nationalist views as dictatorships in Latin America sought to validate their official interpretation of a united natural culture as an argument for social cohesion under their rule, and Panama was not the exception. In this very photograph, many of the strong men of Latin America were posing for an amateur photograph in one of Panama's most recognized historic monuments, the Salón Bolívar, where the Amphibionic Congress of Panama took place in 1826. The Salón Bolívar is an attribute of outstanding universal value under Criterio 6 for the World Heritage Property, Archaeological Site of Panama Viejo, and Historic District of Panama. The United Nations recognized the Amphibionic Congress of Panama of 1826 as its direct predecessor by means of a resolution adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1976. Similarly, the General Assembly of the Organization of American States also approved a resolution which indicated that the Treaty of Union, League, and Perpetual Confederation was precursor to the Inter-American solidarity and its principles, and the foundation of the Inter-American system itself. Cultural diversity and its recommendations. Well, a brief time. I will pass flying through this. As we have been seeing in most presentations today, there is a timeline for how the concept of heritage changed from the Venice Charter onwards. So the norms of Quito, as we have seen, respect the Venice Charter and adhere to its principles. Moreover, because people who participated in the drafting of the Charter also participated in the drafting of the norms of Quito. The World Heritage Convention of 1972 also introduces the concept of outstanding universal value, which is a value that transcends the national boundaries and because of its capital importance for humanity as a whole. Meanwhile, in Panama, we had a coup d'etat in 1968 and a new constitution in 1972. The constitution introduces in the chapter concerning national culture the principle of cultural heritage, national culture as a monolithic understanding, because we, of course, as you understand, we were under a dictatorship, and culture was utilized as an articulator of national conscience. So the chapter 4, national culture, introduced the concept of a national heritage as a material heritage and folklore as intangible heritage. In 1976, the law concerning the groups of monuments and historic monuments adopted the definitions that were present in the UNESCO recommendation of 1968 that later on became the basis for the World Heritage Convention. Also in 1977, the projects of revitalization and enhancement of value under direction of Carlos Flores Marini also began in Panama, adopting the principles of the Venice Charter and the international regulations that we have already seen. Later on in 1982, the Mondia Cult, the definition of Mondia Cult said in 1982, which was the reunion for cultural policies in Mexico, defined culture as a set of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features that characterize a society or social group, which not only includes the arts and letters, but also modes of life, the fundamental rights of human beings, value systems, traditions, and beliefs. which laid the ground for the development of UNESCO normative action, notably the 2001 Universal Declaration on Cultural Diversity. Meanwhile, in Stockholm in 1998, the international community endorsed the Agenda for Sustainable Development with the 17 goals of sustainable development. Beyond that, the conventions of UNESCO concerning the underwater cultural heritage, the intangible cultural heritage, and the protection and promotion of the cultural expressions were also adopted. In 2008, ICOMOS adopted the Charter for Cultural Routes. And as we can see, slowly, the concept of heritage began changing, not only introducing the concept of intangible, but also introducing cultural diversity as part of the understanding of monuments and sites. In 2011, as you may remember, the History of Urban Landscape consolidates these definitions and new introductions, giving us a relationship that's linked directly to the setting of the monuments and the wider setting concerning the geographical aspects that give meaning to a site and may also be related to the natural environment. So I'm going to cut here because in 2020, of course, there was a pandemic, but also there was the creation of the Ministry of Culture in Panama as an evolved stage from the Institute of Culture in Panama and the Law General of Culture, which was created in 2020. The Law General of Culture introduces the concepts of cultural landscapes, history of urban landscape, and the intangible cultural heritage as part of the works of the Ministry of Culture, which brings the opportunity to manage cultural heritage as a whole with its environment, with its urban setting, and understanding everything as a single whole instead of the monument isolated and the historic centers. So as an example of the interpretation of cultural expressions of indigenous peoples, because well, as has already been stated, the Charter of Venice, it contemplates more than a social aspect of heritage and social use. But during the decades of 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, even the conservation efforts at national levels were inextricably linked to national use, as dictatorships in Latin America sought to validate their official interpretation of culture as we have already seen. In Panama live 7 indigenous people groups named the Nabe, the Bugle, the Buna, the Naso, the Bribri, the Embera, and the Wuna. These indigenous peoples practice ancestral forms of government, cultural expressions such as dances and songs, and preserve their own cosmological beliefs. Their traditional authorities and government are recognized by the public. Panama has a rich pre-Columbian history of human occupation going back to 12,000 BC. The languages spoken by the indigenous groups are related to the Mayan, Nahuatl, and Chibcha families of languages. El Caño archaeological site, for example, is a vast ceremonial cemetery where large tombs of pre-Columbian rulers have been excavated. In El Caño, ancient historical structures and tombs themselves, descending in complex underground levels. The El Caño archaeological site is currently under archaeological research campaigns by El Caño Foundation, directed by Dr. Julia Mayo, and a small national museum on site holds replicas of the abundant findings of pottery and gold objects, as well as information on the hierarchical relationships of the tomb's occupants and possible interpretation of the culture. In adhering to Panamanian regulations for the conservation of historic monuments, El Caño excavations respect the principles of the Venice Charter by color. Passing on to a group of living indigenous people, present days indigenous groups don't have a direct continuity with ancient human settlements, mainly archaeological sites. The archaeological sites and vestiges of human activity include rock art such as the petroglyphs of Barro Blanco. Law 17 of 2002 declare all archaeological objects and sites are historic heritage and national property site. The original meaning of the petroglyphs is unknown, but the Nave communities have culturally appropriated these petroglyphs and reassigned meaning to them, considering the petroglyphs sacred. The Nave children and youth are taught lore using these petroglyphs. However, the Barro Blanco Dam, finished in 2016 by the company Generadoras del Istmo, Venice, repressed the Tabasara River and flooded the 3 Nave communities, submerging many of these petroglyphs. The approval of the project is controversial, and the Nave claimed that they were not granted their right to informed consent.
Kathy, could you move to the conclusions because your time is up? Thank you.
Oh, yes. I wanted to mention that the cultural interpretation also covers heritage rights, which, well, is a dialogue of cultures that transform the interlocutors into a new expression of culture. And it's a new case of appropriation. I will only mention it briefly. The fortification of the Caribbean side of Panama, Portobelo, and San Lorenzo is a World Heritage Site. But the value understood from UNESCO is merely architectural and, of course, military engineering as a part of the genius of human ingenuity. Well, but the Congo people has appropriated the site as descendants of the enslaved people in Panama, and considering the forts and fortifications as the works of the enslaved hand of their predecessors. So they have a different interpretation for these monuments that converge in the same site, and is also part of the slave route, freedom and resistance established by Venice. The Venice Charter, looking forward, is a foundational document of ICOMOS, a true cornerstone of the discipline of conservation of historic cultural heritage. The Charter reflects its own history and cultural context at the time of its drafting, as the viewers' understanding of cultural heritage expanded beyond the preservation of material, tangible heritage, mainly architectural and urban heritage, to include intangible aspects of cultural heritage and diversity of cultural expressions, which may have different views and interpretations of shared common heritage. It is reasonable to consider that the Venice Charter may fall short on these aspects. So, as drawing the conclusions here, the territorial strategies and land planning could complement the Venice Charter as much as considering the landscape at a larger setting. The heritage routes and cultural itineraries also complement the meaning of the Charter, since its meaning focus not only from the national monolithic aspects of the national culture, but from the understanding of converging views that may even differ in their interpretation of the common heritage, but enriches the interpretation of it with their own views. So I am going to close here and mentioning that Mondial Code in 2020 also adapted that a culture is a global property. So the Venice Charter, as a foundational stone for our work, also needs to be interpreted from this light of cultural diversity. The Charter acknowledges the social use of monuments, but definitely, I don't want to say it's not enough, but the Charter indeed needs to expand its interpretation, and maybe with some complementing advancement of it, include the people and not only the social use, but the local cultures and communities in the interpretation. And I close here. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Kathy. We lost you a little bit in the end. We didn't hear very well, but I think we all agree that cultural diversity is a very important issue related to the Venice Charter, as well as societal values and inclusion of the people. So maybe we'll come back to that during the question if we have time, which I'm not sure of. But now we are welcoming to last but not least colleagues coming from Turkey, who will talk about rewinding urban places, resurrected historical versus a cursed modern. Whole program. Thank you. I don't know what how is going to be sorted out. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This one, no, the 26th.
26.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. We go back one maybe. And
Yes.
Fine. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes. Great.
Where?
Yes, that's great. Okay, thank you. Well, it has been very productive, I think, 2 days, and well, we are the last. It has some advantages. So if I recite from the Venice Charter, you can give me the article, I guess, from memory by now. Well, we're not going to repeat all the history that we have been going through again and again, but well, I have to mention that we are both architectural architects, and we have been studying preservation for the sort of, well, more than the last 30 years, and we're second generation Venice Charter because I'm a student of Professor Cevat Erdar, and Yıldız is a student of Doğan Kuban, who actually attended the conference in '64 representing Turkey. Well, not one of the writers of the charter, but one of the participants. And well, he was a research assistant of Paolo Verzone'dan, right? Yeah, he was assistant Verzone at the time. Anyway, so we worked with these professors, and in many ways, well, we listened a lot of stories, so it's very important also for us to be here talking about the Venice Charter. Our professors would be very pleased if they knew it, but we lost them. They passed away a couple of years ago, both, unfortunately. Okay, our main interest here is more the 20th century heritage in this case, so we're not going to repeat all the other types of things the Venice Charter addresses or does not address. Well, we are also both TheoPhilos. We established TheoPhilos Turkey in 2002. Yıldız is the chair. I'm the secretary general. And yeah, the blah blah part is over now. Okay. Anyway, so we wanted to look at how this, well, whether Venice, we know that Venice Charter does not address many issues, and one of these is the 20th century heritage. It has nothing against the preservation of 20th century heritage, of course, because it sees the valid contributions of all periods as important. It talks about superimposed works of different periods. So, I mean, it's not against it, but of course, the preservation of modern and 20th century heritage was not an issue at the time. It talks about this in building scale mostly, but from later on, from the 70s on, we see that doctrinal texts start talking about the contribution of the century they are in. Okay. The Council of Europe Declaration in 91 and the Eindhoven Statement by TheoPhilos in 88 were the first international texts that addressed the issue. So it became a problem by this time. And of course, the later development, which we have been going through and through again, like the idea of the spirit of place, which Petzet put out in Quebec, and which became a part of the Quebec Declaration. Then the Valletta principles in urban scale, which talked about the respect for historical values, patterns, and layers. And
then first the Madrid, as it was called, and now the Madrid New Delhi document, which talks about cultural significance and recognizing different periods, of course, contributed to these ideas. In many cities, indeed, as you have seen in the pictures, we have different buildings and layers of different periods together. Even in Florence, there are 1960s modern buildings down the street, intermingled with the earlier Renaissance and medieval buildings and the 19th century buildings. What has changed in the recent years is a sort of dislike about these buildings. We all know what happened after the Second World War. Many big cities were destroyed through bombing, especially in the last couple of years of the war. This is an example from Rotterdam in the Netherlands. And in these carved out places, let's say, 50s and 60s buildings were constructed. In his article, Professor Erdar said that in the 1960s, when the Venice Charter was written, the rebuilding and reconstruction was underway, but it was not yet as problematic as it was in the 1970s. He wrote this article in 1977. And yes, it was a part of our theory of conservation course. We started with that. Anyway, so many cities have contributions like that. I mean, they don't need to be, of course, bombed and destroyed in this manner. Cities that haven't gone through this, like Istanbul, also have 50s and 60s buildings in the historical parks too, of course. Okay, so when the reconstructions began, well, we have the Venice Charter saying that restoration must stop at the point where conjecture begins, of course. But, well, that was not always possible, unfortunately. Anyway, and Erdar also said that even though we had many tools like documents and or comparative analysis and comparative studies, some of the results were not that great. Anyway, this example is all of you know, it's from Warsaw. And then situation began to change, especially after Glasnost at the end of the 1980s. And many urban areas which have been left quite unbuilt, like the Neumarkt in Dresden, came to be built in the very, very recent years. So what kind of problems do we have? So we are constructing as 21st century heritage, Baroque heritage in the middle of a city. So in many ways, this is, well, not very truthful perhaps, but people are wanting this. So we keep talking about, instead of top-down, bottom-up procedures. And yeah, the bottom-up wants this. So how do we reconcile with this? I mean, I'm not giving the answers. I'm just asking the questions. So these are some of the problems that we have today. This is an example from Turkey in Izmir. Here it was not war destruction, but the excuse of a possible earthquake. Well, we had one in 1920, which damaged some of the buildings structurally. And instead of strengthening, the municipality opted for tearing down the 20th century architecture. Well, because also there's the World Heritage Site tentative list application at the same time as a historical port city. So the 50s and 60s buildings are not so historical. So they don't seem to want them. And instead of them, they want to build more historical buildings that have been lost in the meantime, like the high school here
which was gone. But actually, all the things you see in Izmir are after 1922, because there was a great fire at the end of the Turkish War of Independence, and the city was destroyed completely anyway. So everything is 20th century in another sense. The World Heritage nominations have been problematic in terms of especially 20th century architecture. This is Bursa. Bursa was the capital of the Ottoman Empire before Istanbul, so it's considered an Ottoman city in quotation. And just near the commercial center, this line of 20th century architecture, valuable in itself, but compared to the Ottoman heritage, different, is being destroyed right now. So, well, authentically, we're destroying a layer. We are reconstructing something that probably never was, never existed. Well, another problem to think about, basically. But I mean, it's not specific to any country. It's been happening in most of Europe and also in peripheral countries like Turkey, obviously. Umberto Eco talked about these ideas in his Faith and Fakes Travels into Hyperreality. He mentions, of course, the United States, but the concepts have become after, well, since when he wrote these in the early 70s, well, in the last 50 years, they have become quite applicable to the old world as well, unfortunately, it seems. So things like lack of depth, lack of memory and remembrance. So a collective memory versus a memory that actually never was, never existed. Or a collective memory that was once, but nobody right now has the age to remember them. Are problems. Also the horror vacui of modernism. As you see in the top facade, the sort of linear and rectangular prismatic volumes compared to decorated architecture. From Adolf Loos's ornament is crime, we have come a long way backwards, it seems. Anyway, well, I mean, we are not for or against ornament. We're just about keeping all the layers as much as possible. That's the point here. This is an example from Warsaw. Again, so as you see, this building was destroyed during the Second World War, rebuilt, the mass capped, but then recently the Baroque returned. So, well, one question is why we need this, and the other question is, do we need to do this, or should we be doing this? Meanwhile, of course, there are, in terms of collective memory, remembrance, things like that, we keep very, very detailed, very smaller details compared to these. The two on the right are from Berlin, the Altes Museum and the Reichstag, and on the left from Turkey. So we see bullet holes, graffiti, and things like that. Or are these going to disappear too? Was this the sort of top-down approach and politically capped, and we will be getting rid of them soon as well? I guess something we will see. So this talks about, this shows us the life of the buildings. In an article in 2014, Nigel talked about buildings and narrative and the sort of living as living beings. So maybe giving them qualities, stories, narratives might be one way. So I'd like to mention that, and sort of our last examples. So we end up having these sort of more or less falsified architectures. The Rüdesheimerplatz example on the right from Berlin, or our Greek colleague talked about yesterday from this architectural uprising as well. So this is one from Athens. So these were probably, they never were. They are just being made up. And well, we have to, I think, figure out at some point why this is happening and how we overcome this, if we can, or how do we make this a part of conservation theory? So yes, destruction should be a part of the urban space. When Norbert Schultz talked about genius loci, he talks about stabilitas loci before that. And this is as existing. So of course there's dynamics, there's change, but we have to accept these layers, these periods, whether they might be as dark as the Holocaust. They need to be part of the urban life and urban structure. We have had more recent wars. We had here a colleague from Ukraine, and during the 90s, the war in Bosnia, Herzegovina, was also a problem. The Serbs, well, in addition to the Mostar bridge, they destroyed many other public buildings. This is an example that Lebbeus Woods used, the electrical building, the electrical management building in Bosnia. And he said that 90% of the damaged buildings would be restored to their normal pre-war forms and uses, as most people want to return to their old ways of living. So yes, of course, people don't want to see bad things or dark things all day. They want to reconstruct their life through their urban environment, yes. But he said that I thought that at least 10% should be free spaces for those who did not want to go back, but forward. Okay, this is the destroyed building, and this was his proposal. Well, it's not a reconstruction, obviously. It was a design or restoration proposal. And what ended up is on the right-hand corner. So, okay, these are our questions. So we have this reconstructing of urban layers, preferring different layers and periods, purging urban layers, getting rid of unwanted periods, unwanted gaps, and so on. So this creates time gaps and memory gaps in the urban environment, in the built environment, of course. Returning back to a pre-known state obviously contradicts historical evidence and historical document value of architecture, which also the Venice Charter talked about. And there's also the case of these resurrections, combining past styles, whether with given stable, dependable information or completely made up. So they are like, well, theater decoration, or even worse, well, in a sort of Disneyland-esque approaches. So again, this disturbs historical evidence, place memory, things like genius loci, which we find important in keeping these. So we talked about the bottom-up or top-down decisions. So if it's bottom-up, well, why don't the people also hear what the heritage experts are saying? So why is it what the architects or planners, especially those heritage experts who are involved in practice, are not really do not really have more say in this? And for the future, maybe theory is not an isolated field anymore. Well, it has never been isolated. Practice goes hand in hand with it. And now that ICOMOS has many more international scientific committees, like the 20th Century Heritage, we are also part of that. So we would like to work together on special cases and special issues. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for this positive note at the end of our conference. Well, we still have a lot of things to do and to discuss. I think there was a very important issue raised at the very end of your presentation, which is the balance between the role of experts and the role of stakeholders, because now we're all aware that stakeholders should really be heard and part of the process, but then what oral then. How, yes, maybe we could be heard too, and how do we deal with that? And I think that's something very important to be addressed. So we have like minus 10 minutes for the questions.
Yes, but
So
we would like to propose to have now the final closing discussion, yes, and after that we are going for a coffee break. So still having our colleagues in front of their computers, we would like to start our final discussion, final conclusions. So who is ready to our aim, frankly speaking, because as you know, yesterday started activity of a new board. So we have two questions to you. One question is to summarize or to express their last opinion about the topic of the conference, and the second potential topic could be proposals for the further activities of our theory committee. So we would like to invite you for the final discussion, and those two topics could be undertaken. Of course, as we already declared, the conference is very important, but even more important probably would be the publication of the proceedings. Yes, no limits. And during our conference, we saw a few times the proceedings from the conferences commemorating previous anniversaries. If the quality of that publication is good, then after decades, such publications will be quoted. So it's up to us to prepare the publication, which would be part of the history. Yeah? That would be part of the bibliography about that topic. So we would like to invite all of you, according to our tradition. Of course, not only speakers are invited to propose, to deliver the papers. Everybody is entitled to propose the papers. So we can promise that, of course, this year that publication will be published. So again, the information will be circulated about the conditions, how to prepare those papers. That's another. Dimitrios, please.
Well, I think first of all, this has been the most fruitful gathering. If I could summarize my understanding, it would be in 3 points. The first is, particularly after this presentation, that the Venice Charter appears to be treated now as a historic document, which presents its own standing, will give out its own conclusions. So the question as to what do we do with the Venice Charter from here on? It is a real challenge for our committee and our gathering here to produce a conclusion, both from the publication and from the initial step, not necessarily with the new charter, but an answer to the processes, to the procedures, to, as we said yesterday, how will we organize our next steps? And considering that many attempts have been made in the past on the past anniversaries from the adoption of the charter, but we haven't seen any concrete, solid result. I think it would be a valid challenge for our committee and our gathering to make a statement in the end, conclusive statement that as to what can be done. Not give the precise answer, but what steps should we follow from here on. The second point, let us not forget, I think we should insist on this, as I mentioned yesterday, what the people outside this room think and what their tendencies and mentalities are. We can discuss for hours and hours, but in the end, they're also in the game. And the last thing is that, as our friend Gary was speaking, also mentioned about this building in Athens that I saw. I quickly saw it. It is indeed a 1970s building that was renovated in classical style because they say it's beautiful now. I understand that the Venice Charter came out of the need took some rules after the extensive reconstructions following the Second World War. We are now witnesses to a new kind of reconstruction, again, there's a reconstruction happening. Either buildings that existed, they were, at some point they were demolished, new development happened, and now we are destroying that development to go to the initial stage, or we have buildings that are being planned in the past styles. So I was wondering, in the end, whether this will be the occasion for a new charter. Again, on the occasion of the new form of reconstruction. Yes. Yes. So that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Other colleagues who is willing to?
May I?
Yes, of course you are. We can hear you.
I'm away, but still I speak. First, I would like to thank the organizers for the conference and all the presenters for the wonderful papers, which gave me a lot of food for thought. I apologize if I'm going to say something that the previous speaker said. I couldn't hear him very well, but I assume, as many of you know, that ICOMOS has already made a decision about the Venice Charter, which was, and of course, Bogoslav, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was to leave the charter as it is, and to because it is part of our history, and yes, to build on from that. So our discussion is not about changing the charter, but rather complementing it. And in this respect, first, it was very interesting to see the horizontal analysis about the different interpretations and translations, because it gave a new light to the charter, at least for me as an English speaker, because I only know of one version. When we speak about the vertical development, we know that the Venice Charter was wrong or did not expand on many topics. We see it because there are so many other documents, doctrinal documents that had been published throughout the years. What is interesting to me, maybe if when we publish the papers, is maybe ask the authors two questions. One is when they discuss a specific topic, one is what of the Venice Charter is still valid in terms of principles, not necessarily the practicality, but the principles. And the other question is what is missing? What is still missing? With all the great body of papers that we have, what is still missing and needs to be complemented in, now as we see it. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks. Your message seems to me very clear. Other comments? Claudine.
Well, nothing new, but I want just to reiterate my invitation for anyone who would be interested in collaborating in this project about the translations and the different versions of the charter to get in touch with me, so we could build a team and work on that issue together, because I only speak 4 languages, so I'm really certainly not able to carry on this project by myself. So please contact me if you're interested.
We were discussing, and Claudine promised us to deliver a short description of her project, and that project would be distributed. And based on that, you will know what is the exact topic and where is the space for your activity. Yes, so we declared that cooperation.
Okay, thank you.
Please.
Yeah, I think first, obviously, the Venice Charter was extremely successful and influential document, one has to say. I think that we still discuss it so intensely after 60 years, not something given for granted. I would, from my perspective, I would not agree with you, Michael, that it's only a question, even so if it's an official decision, of complementing missing things. I think there are issues, conceptual issues, which we have discussed today. I think we not agree on everything. I think we agree that it's an issue not that the rules are not pliable for other cultures which are not within the Western tradition, which became very clear yesterday. But I would agree with also with Nigel that it's very particular understanding of Western culture, and that there could be different readings of Western culture which also are in conflict with these rules. And I think that is important to understand. I think that also our round now in the last 2 days was not completely representative. So there are, for example, all the practices of reconstruction. Nobody was addressing this in the sense that this should be allowed. I think we all more or less agree that we are critical about these kinds of practices, but there are people out there in the world which have this perspective. So it would be interesting to reflect on these demands, which I'm also critical about, but I'm not agreeing with what you said, that the public is asking for these reconstructions. I think it's very yeah, but I think social media is also not representative. And so I think it should be representative. I think it is something which is in discussion in society, political position. And I think the first thing would need, and I not agree that this is majority of public, and we can discuss it later on in the topic break. And but I also would say that things we might look out for solutions which allow multi-perspective readings. I think one issue I have with these kind of positions is that they are very fundamental, essential, and not compromising. And I think it would be, I would look for kind of solutions which allow different historical perspectives. Okay.
Yeah, I will just answer shortly. I hope that majority of the people are not for that either. I mean, I'm all with you on this. But unfortunately, we have been looking at cases in the last couple of months, and like in Dresden, they collected, I don't know, like 1,500 signatures, and this is like a democratic process.
No. It's
well, I mean, they are sort of bargaining with the city.
We should really be careful not to kind of fulfill the arguments of the right thing. There was one. No. I can give you clear evidence. So the only public voting was in Germany was in March before, and it was refused. There was an attempt for another voting in Potsdam, because it was clear it will be refused by the public. They killed the decision making. Yeah? And also, for example, take Berlin as an example. If you have the polls regarding Palace of the Republic, and it was highly, it was the city, the people of the city was divided, but it was not a clear majority for the reconstruction of the castle. So all these cases show very clearly that this is not something which is in a clear majority of people. This is it's a populistic argument, but it's not. It doesn't have any evidence. Sorry.
Please.
Yes. Sorry, maybe I didn't mention it earlier. I actually did a PhD on the general. Yes, on about the general topic about lost cultural heritage reconstruction in China. And I agree with you that actually seeing from the cases in China, like 3-4 different chapters, that indeed there is a lot of popular support for the physical reconstruction of lost heritage sites. I cannot give you a very clear black and white answer now because it's an entire PhD research, but the very simple answer is indeed lots of evidences proving that at least in China, there are lots of people really, they are pro reconstruction because they really want to see this kind of atmosphere back into their own living space. So this is indeed an important approach. And starting from that point, I would like to give some general comments about Venice Charter and related theoretical issues. First of all, I think something that we are largely missing during these 2 days sessions includes the following. One is that we should really, when we talk about the Venice Charter, or when we talk about different kind of specific ways of treating physical remains from the past, I think we should really think about taste or aesthetic appreciation. Aesthetics. I think this is really something I don't see many contributions from this approach. I would like to kindly point out that, even though one of the main things about the Venice Charter is that, it's trying to claim that the preservation of ancient heritage is not only seeing it as a work of art, but also as historical evidence, but actually this approach itself is an aesthetic text. It shows a very particular aesthetic taste about, for example, picturesque ruins, which you can see very clear evidence from the arguments of John Ruskin. This way of treating the past as something from a distant past, and then you don't actually modify it or add anything, and just leave it as how it is, and even to enjoy a kind of incomplete ruinous state is, we have to say, we have to admit it, is the taste, is an artistic taste. And this taste is subjective, is culture-based, and it cannot be found in some other cultures. For example, in China, we appreciate round, complete things according to the feng shui concerns. And this kind of ruinous state is actually the opposite. It's like evil, it's like it brings bad luck. Then this is really a kind of a fundamental, like, anti-attack to one of the core values of the Venice Charter. So I think this is a very small example, but I would like to, I'm really trying to say is that let's please don't be blinded, or let's please don't be self-blinded that only by treating the Venice Charter as a kind of technical or scientific approach. We have to understand that heritage conservation is, after all and all, a subjective approach. It is all about how human beings subjectively attach values to all things. And if we think about from this approach, then everything can be discussed and everything should be culture-based. So this is one point. Another point is that I slightly mentioned as well. What we are talking about, what we should do about heritage buildings, and we forgot to mention modernity, or our feelings or understandings of the path to modernity. And this is something that sounds like, like more focusing on the future instead of focusing like how to treat the past. But actually, this is a very essential issue, because if we don't dream or imagine about modernity, then there is no past. It is because we started to dream or imagine about what we are, who we are today, and what we're going to be in the future, then we generate this kind of distance towards the past. Then we have this entire, like, subjective appreciation of something that has been left from the past. So if we can understand heritage conservation from this approach, or the process of heritageization from this approach, then we must understand that different nations or different cultures have different paths to modernity. We don't imagine modernity only from one universal way. And this is one of the biggest traps for modernization, because we are so used to believe that there is only one path to modernity. But that has been more and more proven wrong, because every people, not only culture, but every individual people have their own right and their own path to imagine about themselves, who they want to be. So I think if we really accept this, then reconstruction or recreation to build something more historic than before, or using a kind of historical style, which is not exactly the same as before, these can be all open to discussion. Who are we to say, you are wrong to imagine who you yourself want to be? Yeah, I think these are my comments.
Yes, okay, but I have also the right to tell something. And, I would like to say something at that moment, because I absolutely and totally disagree with you. Because if you are evaluating the heritage protection from the point of view, for example, of the taste, you are absolutely right. But it is absolutely false basis for the heritage protection. We're protecting heritage, and the first and the main factor, because this is a historic document. This is the historic document, and this is something absolutely objective. So we protect the form of the ruin because this is the historic document from the past. Probably you have heard that nowadays they excavated in Pompeii, in Heracleum, the collection of papyri. They were burned, totally burned, and they were under the pressure of the dozens of meters of the ground. And nowadays, just now, thanks to the contemporary techniques and thanks to the artificial intelligence, it was possible to read those papyrus. And it was possible only because of that they were protected in the original form. The same rule is obliging for the heritage protection. When we're saying about the heritage values, we're saying about the artistic values. You could quote Riegel and many, it doesn't matter. Always we're saying about the artistic values, scientific values, and historic values. Artistic value could be a matter of taste, but not only, because we could objectively evaluate the achievements from the area of the art. But for sure, scientific value is something objectively existing. And protecting the original substance, form, setting, execution, everything is the basic condition to protect those monuments. You know, in my department, at my faculty, I cover the whole area of problems because I have architects, I have civil engineers, and we have absolutely perfect equipment. And for example, nowadays, we are solving the problems of attribution. We have the frescoes prepared in our castles. And for centuries, there was discussion, who was the author of that? And now, thanks to the modern equipment, we could analyze material in a very detailed way. And it is possible that to say that was the artist from Italy. He came and he produced that. The only condition for that is the original substance of that. So this is not, we should have the solid ground for our activity, and that solid ground is only the protection of documental value of that. When we're saying about the climate protection, economical issues, taste, identity, everything what is connected to the current society, we don't have arguments. When we're saying about the taste, I have my taste, you have your taste, he has your, no discussion, no possible to finalize that opinion. Yes, so the heritage protection should be out from that discussion, from the contemporary point of view. Of course, other people, audience could discuss, we could invite them using many other arguments. But from our point of view, we are responsible. You are not responsible for the climate changes, for economy, for sustainable development. Not. There are other fields for. I feel myself being responsible for the heritage protection only. Of course, I use other arguments, other sources to protect others. But first of all, that's my responsibility, to protect those evidential value of heritage. And for their purpose, you know, we have to agree what are only we, not people outside, because they have other arguments, they have other values. You know, so if you accept their arguments, they don't need you. For the other arguments, they have themselves. You understand the difference? Yora.
Well, I think our topic, general topic was doctrinal text, but the reason, justification for this was the 60th anniversary of Venice Charter. I think nobody is suggesting to change the Venice Charter. That's
no doubt.
Yeah, it's not because ICOMOS decided not. historic document, that's it. I think we can agree that things happened since 1964, there was evolution, concepts and so on. I believe that if we leave Florence this time with a decision that it's a role of our committee to launch initiative of whether a complementary document or a new document which adds, we may reach following discussions conclusion that there's no way to create one document which is right
universal for
universal. And I think it is worth, although we say that the Venice Charter is relevant, but certainly there are items there which are not relevant anymore, but we are not changing the charter. Just one example of something which is came to me as I think just last night, in the Venice Charter, in one of the articles says we should not remove additions and changes of the and so on in time. If Venice Charter existed before this was written or before the changes, there would not be changes. So it's a question whether those changes would have been allowed, and if not, whether it makes sense not to allow the removal. So there are several things which we'll have to think about, but mainly start thinking of document or documents which will cover the changes and will allow it needs a kind of a mechanism to allow future changes or regional amendments.
Who else?
I surely would like to. Sorry.
No, but I saw that Kathy had her hand raised, but it has disappeared now.
Yeah.
So
I should would like Charlie to respond to Professor's statement. I understand that your wish is that not everything is kind of eroded by relativity. Yeah. But I think I still kind of sympathize with our Chinese colleague, because I think there's two different things. It's also what I tried to say at the end of my talk. I think there is, of course, kind of the objectivity of the historic material, and therefore it's extremely important. But I would agree with him that any action of heritage protection is a cultural practice which is subjective. So the material has the objective truth to it. But what we do with the material is something which is on subjective arguments, and we have to discuss this subjectively. We don't get out of it. And I think that is a tension we have to act. And I completely understand your point that you want to defend kind of the historic material. Yeah, but there are
and to have right to say that Daniel Lebeskin destroyed this building.
Yeah, but we can discuss. I mean, that is your point. So, do we accept in certain conditions such an? I mean, Cordoba would have not been allowed historically. Yeah, if we already would have the rule.
Calogero and then Chinese.
What I want to do, I want to do a proposal. My proposal, what we have like here is that there are misunderstandings. Yes, why we don't say in each article by countries or by cultures, or I don't know, by 5 or 10 representations of national ICOMOS studies this misunderstanding. For example, the word respect, the word is a different color or a different, all these things are small things in every culture. And so, small things, and so annex. And in a few months or 1 year, we can be all together and say what do we think about this. Because I think I have found this morning that it's not a question of taste. For example, now in architecture, it's not a question of taste. If I like Dexy or I like
Sorry,
no, it's a question of methods. And so methods cannot be guidelines. And then there is an architectural solution, of course, when it's necessary, when it's necessary. But question is not I like or I don't like it, or the like is. No, the question is more important. So please, do all business, that's my proposal, to study this Article 1, 3, or 16. This
Okay, other voices, thanks a lot. Online, yes. No, okay, again, our Chinese colleague, yes, please. Please, you should cry.
I will have a final cry. Yes, of course, I can totally understand. Yes, I understand your point, of course. I was actually originally on your side as well. When I started my PhD research about reconstruction, my original purpose was originally to come to Europe and to learn about the Venice Charter better, so we can talk about how we can stop reconstruction. Then during my research, I have talked to people, I have interviewed, I have been to villages, I have been to the cities, and after I have seen real people, not just beautiful empty pictures of monuments and sites, but with people in it, I have tried to ask them questions like, why do you want to reconstruct? And then I turn to more and more synthesize with them. For example, in my own presentation about the bridges, if the local villages want to marry wives, they want to find wives, and who are we to stop them and saying that you cannot reconstruct a bridge because what is done is done, and whatever you build is fake. Or if you really want to build a bridge, it has to be exactly the same as before. Why? They just want to marry. So this is what I've been really using this metaphor, like earlier, I think yesterday as well. I think one of the, of course, agree with you about the technical point about conservation, about materials, and the importance of material evidence support. But I would like to say that heritage conservation is not archaeology. I studied archaeology myself. That was my previous major. And archaeology and documentation, and you excavate and you document everything, you put all the information as documents and you keep them, fine. Of course, this is more like an upstream discipline that is more focusing on the objects, not giving any subjective selective views, but just to say whatever you have discovered and make a whole list, inventory of all the things that you have discovered. This is archaeology. But heritage conservation means intervention. Intervention means there are things you have to keep, there are things you have to get rid of. Intervention means there will be things that has to be lost. And this is a subjective intervention, it's a subjective behavior, which is more focusing on the people, the lower stream.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah. And the current problem is that we started with the universalism of rules during the period of the Venice Charter, while nowadays colleagues from the other cultures outside Europe, they are trying to tell us that their relativism must be obliging also for us. I understand what you mentioned about the rebuilding process. By the way, in our theory, there is very clear difference between rebuilding process and reconstruction process, which is totally something different. Other condition, this is not the point of the discussion. So you could do that, what you mentioned. In your case, for that community, for that specific buildings. But it doesn't mean that such subjectivity should be obliging, for example, for some monuments in other places, in other cultures, in other. So that attitude, as we started with the rules of the Venice Charter, we were trying to say that they are obliging for the whole world. Nowadays, as I stated, theory of conservation is fragmented. This is a key element of the contemporary theory of conservation. Is fragmented for the pieces, for the cultures, for the regions, for the activities. We have different rules, doctrinal documents. Yes. So your Chinese case of the bridges is interesting, but means nothing as a rule for the other case studies or other places. We should understand that. We respect that. You respect that.
That's not what I'm saying.
But nowadays there is a tendency, please believe me, I'm participating in that movement. Now there is a tendency to say no rules. The stakeholders, they have full rights. As I mentioned in my paper, you see what is the role of the specialists for the conservation as the organizers of the debate among the stakeholders. Do we agree on that? As the organizer of the debate between stakeholders, and everybody has the right. And you know that because our value represented by us, we don't have the form of the measure of the value. The system of the values were not compared between different values. And if we state finally that we as a people representing heritage protection, we have similar position as other stakeholders, of course, discussing about the protection of the heritage, our value system is much weaker than their system during the discussion. So we always lose. We always lose if we compare the historic value with the market economy value. Always, because again, in the axiology, there is no transmission between the values. How we solve that problem? Giving the position to the representatives of the values. This is only solution. During the discussion, you are not able to discuss final decision. Whether
Boguslav, in our real world, it doesn't work that way. In Israel, for example, we are part of a team. We're not the heads of the team, and there's nothing we can do to become the head of the team. I agree that, I mean, in an ideal world, each country would determine a set of rules according to its own culture. Okay, so Europe will be, in Europe, it will be based on a European set of values. But having done this, how it works in the real world, each country, I'm afraid, has a different way of doing it. And in our planning system, conservation is just one factor. Sometimes important, more important, but still only one factor. And market values are very, very important.
The lady.
I have a technical question for my own understanding. When we say Venice Charter is a history text and we are trying to develop new charters, does it mean that
we are not trying? We were discussing about the Venice Charter, and that's it. It could be the proposal to develop, to indicate the place for which topic should be such document. Absolutely. In your papers, of course, it would be fantastic follow the proposal of Dimitrios to have a common document, but it would be very, very complicated to create a statement under which everybody will be ready to sign. Rather, I hope that the quality of papers and conclusions will be interesting for the audience, and maybe reading all these articles, then we have some summary in our heads.
Yes, but to finish my question, Does it potentially means that Venice Charter is moving to retirement?
More?
Moving towards retirement.
You know, frankly speaking, when we organized that conference, we were hoping that the conclusions that would be some statements, which part of the document are, whether is it a normative document, whether it is strategic document, whether there are some rules which are still useful, whether this is only idealistic document from the past. Such conclusion would be interesting, yes? What's that? Is it only something from the past? Because, you know, we mentioned here during the discussion a few times, but if you read doctrinal documents, it's almost every doctrinal document is still written that the document is still based on the Venice Charter. What does mean? It means nothing. In practice, because later on the other chapters, they are going much farther than it has been written in the Venice Charter. Yeah. So that was the basic hope that during the discussion, during the papers, I hope in your presentation, somehow you summarize whether it is only document from the history or whether still some elements are valid, whether still some elements are useful for the current heritage protection. What we need based on that, in which direction, because as we know, there are hundreds of doctrinal documents nowadays. So if we saw many different transformations of the monuments, you could every idea support with the case studies. So what is the conclusion? Are there any rules in our domain, or you could do whatever you want? That's the question.
I would like
Are
to
there
say
any rules?
something.
Are there any or no rules?
I would like to say something.
Of course, of course.
Thank you. I am thinking that, of course, as many other people have already asserted, the Venice Charter could be a monument in itself. But thinking about the way the Venice Charter originated and how it was focused on the historic monuments of the past, and thinking about the monument as a document of something that is not currently alive and something that must be socially useful for the current societies. I think one of the things that is, of course, valid from the Venice Charter is the notion of the monument as a document and something that has information and as such must be preserved in its original condition in order to draw more information from it as technologies advance. But also in that very line, perhaps something that the Venice Charter needs is to take into account the living traditions and how those are also a way of drawing information. Because in the end, if we try to find a way to satisfy current societies, it would have no end. In Panama, for example, in the Historic Center, it's precisely that, because it's a group of monuments, and as such, they express the value of the Historic Center in the cohesion of its elements, but not case by case being kept pristine, but only as a set of environmental value that express together a value that was assigned to the Historic Center. But within the buildings, for example, the original distributions, the technologies of the time to control climate, internal climate, and the way to inhabit those buildings, of course, changed in time as technology advanced. And we can't ask people to be living in the 18th century because they are going to need new technologies to fulfill their current needs. But if the monuments are documents and the technicians and the holders of this knowledge as how to carry on with traditional techniques, perhaps that's something the Venice Charter needs, not only to contemplate the monuments as something from the very distant past that is dead, but also contemplate as a way to record and to keep information the techniques that are alive. And that's how perhaps the case of the bridges would come into view. Not in order to cater to needs that are being expressed now, but in a way to keep information for the future and to showcase those technologies for future investigations. I think that's
Thanks. Dear colleagues, I would like to remind you that we're closing conference, not opening the conference. So please, if you agree to close and cholera.
La Giuseppina. Lei? Sì, lei vuole parlare. No need.
No need. Okay. Okay, dear colleagues, not Calogero. You will write everything in your paper. Dear colleagues, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for being with us, for presenting your papers. I do hope that you have still enough energy to prepare the articles. I do hope. So please do that. I would like to express our gratitude to Del Bianco Foundation and Simone, applause.
You did also the cameraman.
Simone collaborated. So, hello everybody connected.
Yes, thanks a lot. We wish all the best to Del Bianco Foundation because we were willing to meet next year. You know, some colleagues already bought ticket today.
Good.
Yes. The date is not precise, but they already
bought.
Yeah.
And
Thanks.
no, I'm very happy, and I followed the discussion in and out these 2 days, and I really hope that you will come to the conclusion of this debate, and you will sum up the continuation on step onward from the Venice Charter to today. And because of our belief that you will produce some conclusions and documents, we would invite the committee to present it in November during the festival, because we think that the World in Florence Festival could be a very interesting platea, meeting encounters among different kind of actors in the field of heritage and communities. So it could be an opportunity to widespread the voice and the position of the committee, starting from the declaration, the guidelines, and what is the past, but living today and understanding the need of private sector, institutions, and of course the heritage. So you are most than welcome, and we will dedicate a special moment for this. So I think time is enough for preparation. For preparation, but it will be, in our opinion, a very important occasion for this. And of course, all of you are invited, even singularly, with presentation, with the involvement of your single destination places, cultural itineraries, and so on, to be present. But as group, as ICOMOS Scientific Committee, it would be, I think, a very important closing, celebrating years. So after, at the beginning and at the end of the year.
Now we see many voices on our screen, so thanks a lot that you're so patient to be with us. Thanks a lot, and for sure, I hope you will join us next year. So,
ciao,
ciao, and grazie. Thanks a lot. Thanks a
Ciao.
lot.
Thank you.